Chapter 11. Meet the Troops.
Over the last year, micro-disturbances have been noticed by a few scientists. But up until now, there haven't been more than weird results, and most scientists admitted they thought it due to instrument failure. With the appearance of the Elentrin above our world, the possibility that it was real has spiked interest and controversy. But to most scientists' frustration, they can't duplicate the anomalies. There don't seem to be any going on right now. Is this timing, or was this the start and maybe something that would have given us some warning had we known what it meant?
TNN Science. Philip had asked McKenna to ride with him and Burby so she could share the information about the arrangements with everyone else, even the Drakyn. She agreed, mainly because she couldn't sit with Charlie or Nom. The booster seats took up the entire row.
They're arranging space for us at Andrews. Most flights have been canceled anyhow, so they're going to set us up there.
And the kids? She asked, making sure to pass everything into the mind space. The space which now held an opal-like button that she just knew was Raour's.
We're putting them up at the Presidential Inn, along with you. We have the entire floor pulled aside, and MPs and agents will be there constantly. Christopher has arranged for 3 of his female agents to be there, and I called in some retired Marines I know to help staff. Note, they are retired because they hit 20 years, not because they can't kill someone as easily as they can drain a beer.
McKenna relaxed a bit at that. With that many people, if their kids were hurt, no one could have protected them.
Okay.
She sat and listened as he talked, asking questions as they arose, but once again, most of the work was on other people. The river of events buffeted her from one side to the other. It annoyed her, but she didn't see anything she could actively do right now, except wait. The trip took over 3 hours, even with all the vehicles moving at high speed. But the transfer into the hotel, and then to the adults to the nearby Jacob Smart Conference Center, was smooth. Coffee awaited them, and she lunged at it, desperate. At this point, it was getting late, and they had been up since early that morning. Lawson still trailed them, though he'd lost his self-assurance as more and more high-ranking people showed up.
Should I stay or should I take back off to my unit?
He asked as an aside. She glanced around the area, and all the strangers coming in and staring at them. Go. Get back to your people. I just wish we had been able to take a shower. Her voice had a wistful tone, and she ran her fingers through hair that felt filthy. JD and Perce didn't look much better, and their worn kilts and tank tops looked as rough as they did.
I hear you. Okay, I'm headed out. And Largo?
Lawson paused, looking at her, a half smile on his face.
Yeah? You did damn good for a bunch of spoiled cops.
The half smile grew into a smirk. And you weren't too bad for a clumsy ground pounder, she fired back. He laughed, gave her and the rest of them a wave, and headed out. McKenna sipped her coffee and waited as more and more people in various uniforms and suits filed into the conference room. The 5 of them found themselves huddled together with Raours standing slightly apart, yet near them. Ever feel completely out of place? Tony murmured as she tugged on her t-shirt and jeans.
Yes, but this is extreme. I feel dirty, like I have the wrong clothes on, and I'm getting tired fast, even with the caffeine.
McKenna didn't whine.
Quite. But she would have given a lot to have met all these people with brushed teeth and hair. Fully rested would have been nice, too.
I think I'd feel out of place here regardless of what I was wearing,
Cass said, her voice soft.
This is not my normal group of people. Give me a bunch of people in lab coats and more focused on data than anything else, then maybe.
Your culture has such varieties. This world has more cultures and languages than any we have ever seen. I'm surprised more of the luminaries didn't come here.
Raours' comment made McKenna turn to look at him. He stood in human form, but his robes made him look like a cosplayer. But he seemed at ease. How can you be so calm? You don't know how they will react. You're surrounded by aliens, at least aliens to you, so why aren't you freaking out? McKenna tried to keep the accusation level out of her voice, but still.
She'd be a nervous wreck at this moment. He turned and looked at them, all huddled together against the people they would have to face soon, and nodded a bit. Because this is what I trained for. Besides, if they draw weapons, I can change to a worm or relocate to home in the span of a few minutes. Most weapons are unable to hurt me in worm form. But you need me, and I need you. This may be the only chance either of us has to halt the Elentrin. If not, he nodded his head again, almost like a shrug. Then I am unaware of anyone who can stop them. I am a luminary, a finder of new planets, new worlds. I do not know that there is anything else to hope for. His words created a lump in her stomach, but it also served to stiffen her spine. This was her world, and she'd be damned if she let anyone destroy it without doing everything in her power to stop them. Even Charlie and Nam weren't worth the lives of 7 billion people. Taking a deep breath, then a deeper drink of coffee, she looked across the crowd of people and caught Philip's eye. She gave a sharp nod at him. He looked surprised, but then nodded before he started to speak. If everyone could please move into the auditorium and take a seat, I'll explain why I've called everyone here. There was murmuring, but people moved. Most of them were armed, pistols in holsters at their sides, but a few also had rifles slung over their shoulders. She watched them walk in. They all looked hard, strong, capable. None of them were much over 50, and they all looked like they'd been in the field for a while. Once she'd processed this, her dirty, exhausted state didn't seem so out of place. She also needed to quit thinking of herself as slightly overweight and frumpy. The last few months between the shifting in her experiences, they all looked like warriors. She smiled and looked at her friends. Cass and Tony could both pose as models for any swimsuit calendar. The men were cut and huge. They weren't who they had been just 6 months ago. Let's do this. We have some alien butts to kick, McKenna said, putting determination in her voice. JD arched a brow at her, while Tony and Perce grinned with a fierce expression. Cass smiled at something secret, and from the flicker of emotion across JD's face, she'd said something to him. But all it meant was her friends had her back. Ready, Rowers? That is why I am here, he responded, his voice calm. Most everyone had trickled in, so she followed, walking towards the base of the auditorium where Philip and Burby waited for them. Walking down the aisle, she noted how exhausted the Secretary of Defense looked. Gunny Roberts looked almost excited, and his eyes locked onto them, then drifted over to Rowers, who walked alongside them. In his human form, he was notable for his height and size, but with Perce and JD there, he didn't look that out of place. Philip nodded to one side and they took a stance. This time, rather than feeling intimidated, McKenna took the time to inspect the assorted men in the audience. There were only 2 women that she could see, but given who Philip probably pulled in, that made sense. From the sea of colors between uniforms, patches, skin, and hair colors, it looked like everyone was represented. Good. We're going to need everything we can get to pull this off. Everyone settle down! Philip's voice caused the room to quiet as he stood up front, confidence in his every line. Thank you for coming on such short notice. I know you've all been busy with the efforts to fight against the Elentrin. We have new information about this, and an ally has approached us, offering to help. A rumble of soft comments and grunts rolled through the room, but no one asked anything. They just watched. McKenna noted this would be a hard sell. They were men used to fighting, not diplomacy. Which should make our life easier. We need to fight, not talk to the Elentrin. I'd like to ask McKenna Largo to explain who this person is and introduce him. Wait, what? Great. She shot dagger looks at Philip, who walked off to the side. He seemed immune to her glares as she walked up.
Having everyone's attention on her caused her spine to straighten even more, and she had to resist the urge to shift into warrior form to make herself appear stronger. Where did that thought come from? Interesting, but no time to explore it. Clearing her throat, she focused on the links connecting her to everyone, and not the sea of faces staring back at her, waiting. As he said, I'm McKenna Largo. Many of you have probably seen me on TV, both through the video and the press conferences. With reporters, she would have expected laughter or teasing. But here, these people just watched her, waiting. While you know about the warrior forms and the Elentrin, what we never made public, because we didn't think it would make a difference, was how we received that information. She cleared her throat, trying to find the right words. An unexpected ally has been feeding us this information via dreams and sleep training. This ally has also enabled an enemy of the Elentrin to present himself to us. A rumble of dissent from Rawers vibrated in the mind space, but she ignored it. Enemy was the best word from her perspective. What hasn't been disseminated to the public is why the Elentrin want the shifters as cannon fodder. Their ultimate goal is to eliminate another species from existence. This species is called the Drakyn, and the Elentrin have a pathological need to destroy them. I don't know the history, and at this point, I don't care. I'll take any help that will get these assholes away from my planet. There was a muffled growl of approval at that comment. With that, I'd like to present... She paused, her mind suddenly blank. What was your full name again? Her voice panicked as she pointed at the opal-like button in her mind. Rawers Goldwing Lyraline, he responded, and she almost sighed in relief as he answered her instantly. Rawers Goldwing Lyraline, a Drakyn. Her words fell into an expectant silence, but as Rawers walked up, you could almost feel the wave of disappointment. A few murmurs in the crowd, easily heard when she enhanced her ears, indicated their feelings. She glanced at him and shrugged. With this form, he did just look like another guy, albeit huge, but he didn't look like the answer to all their prayers. Rowers moved up to the stage, giving the podium a funny look, and then out at the people staring back at him, unimpressed. What am I supposed to do now? Is this a social acceptance ritual? McKenna blinked at him, and then had to fight laughter. Explain to them. You are here to help. And how. But I do not know how to help. That is why I am here, offering help to you, to see how my skills can be used. What I know is small in compared to your experience. The plan sounds valid, but how will it work? I don't know. That's why they're here, to find a reason to believe you, to help, to give us the support needed to pull this off. The silence held too long as he stood there, the spotlight illuminated on him. A man stood up in the audience. What's the big deal, Gunny? And everyone shifted to look at him. So you got another shifter. I'll grant you he's a big dude and could be scary in warrior form, but how does that help with ships beyond the reach of our weapons? Gunny Philip Roberts stepped up, facing the assembled service members. This isn't just a shifter. This is someone we've never seen, and I have reason to believe that his abilities might give us the opportunity we've been looking for to fight the Elentrin. His words met with a murmur of disbelief, but the man talking sat down. Philip sighed. Rowers, I know I asked you to change, but would you mind shifting back? To which form? Roberts blinked at him. You have more than these two? Technically, I have 4. This form, 2-legged, what you call warrior, my kin form,
and my worm form. The warrior form was what you saw earlier. McKenna saw Philip's mouth open, and then he snapped it shut. Later, I'll follow up on that. Right now, can you change back into the warrior form with wings? A half nod of his head, and Rawers began to change. As before, watching it was fascinating. Where is he coming up with the energy? With this many changes in a single day, all of us would be starving for food, past exhausted. The question ate at her, but it wasn't anything to worry about now. In a minute, he stood there, the wings moving gently as he held his head up, and a soft whistle of approval from the crowd. But then they fell silent, waiting. Rawers didn't say anything, just stood there, and the crowd started to get restless. One of the few women stood up, her hair in a ponytail. She looked exhausted and hard. So he's got wings. My daughter would think he's cute. That doesn't help us unless he can fly faster than they can land those damn shuttles and destroy them before they take back off. Something we can't seem to do often enough, at least not without killing our own people in them at the same time. That is a valid point. Rawers' voice seemed to roll across the space like a physical force. I am awkward at this, but this is not perhaps the best place to demonstrate what I offer. My other form has something of a fear factor, especially for the Elentrin. Then, there is the way I can allow you to travel. Is there a much larger space we can move to, perhaps with multiple levels? One of the staff for the area stepped up and talked rapidly to Philip. I've been told the blimp hangars are close enough and are empty right now with catwalks. Will that do? Rawers did his head nod. I am unsure what a blimp or catwalk is, but we can see. The gunny sergeant looked at the crowd. Are you willing to move with us to the hangars? Gunny, you let me take my coffee with me and I don't care where you lead. A voice spoke out from the crowd. It was met with laughter and general agreement. With resigned shrugs, people filed out, the majority stopping for refills on the coffee as they walked the route to the hangars. Chapter 11. Meet the Troops.
Over the last year, micro-disturbances have been noticed by a few scientists. But up until now, there haven't been more than weird results, and most scientists admitted they thought it due to instrument failure. With the appearance of the Elentrin above our world, the possibility that it was real has spiked interest and controversy. But to most scientists' frustration, they can't duplicate the anomalies. There don't seem to be any going on right now. Is this timing, or was this the start and maybe something that would have given us some warning had we known what it meant?
TNN Science. Philip had asked McKenna to ride with him and Burby so she could share the information about the arrangements with everyone else, even the Drakyn. She agreed, mainly because she couldn't sit with Charlie or Nom. The booster seats took up the entire row. They're arranging space for us at Andrews. Most flights have been canceled anyhow, so they're going to set us up there. And the kids? She asked, making sure to pass everything into the mind space. The space which now held an opal-like button that she just knew was Rawers. We're putting them up at the Presidential Inn, along with you. We have the entire floor pulled aside, and MPs and agents will be there constantly. Christopher has arranged for 3 of his female agents to be there, and I called in some retired Marines I know to help staff. Note, they are retired because they hit 20 years, not because they can't kill someone as easily as they can drain a beer. McKenna relaxed a bit at that. With that many people, if their kids were hurt, no one could have protected them. Okay. She sat and listened as he talked, asking questions as they arose, but once again, most of the work was on other people. The river of events buffeted her from one side to the other. It annoyed her, but she didn't see anything she could actively do right now, except wait. The trip took over 3 hours, even with all the vehicles moving at high speed. But the transfer into the hotel, and then to the adults to the nearby Jacob Smart Conference Center, was smooth. Coffee awaited them, and she lunged at it, desperate. At this point, it was getting late, and they had been up since early that morning. Lawson still trailed them, though he'd lost his self-assurance as more and more high-ranking people showed up. "Should I stay or should I take back off to my unit?" he asked as an aside. She glanced around the area, and all the strangers coming in and staring at them. "Go. Get back to your people. I just wish we had been able to take a shower." Her voice had a wistful tone, and she ran her fingers through hair that felt filthy. JD and Perce didn't look much better, and their worn kilts and tank tops looked as rough as they did. "I hear you. Okay, I'm headed out. And Largo?" Lawson paused, looking at her, a half smile on his face. "Yeah? You did damn good for a bunch of spoiled cops." The half smile grew into a smirk. "And you weren't too bad for a clumsy ground pounder," she fired back. He laughed, gave her and the rest of them a wave, and headed out. McKenna sipped her coffee and waited as more and more people in various uniforms and suits filed into the conference room. The 5 of them found themselves huddled together, with Rauers standing slightly apart, yet near them. "Ever feel completely out of place?" Tony murmured as she tugged on her t-shirt and jeans. "Yes, but this is extreme. I feel dirty, like I have the wrong clothes on, and I'm getting tired fast, even with the caffeine." McKenna didn't whine. Quite. But she would have given a lot to have met all these people with brushed teeth and hair. Fully rested would have been nice, too.
I think I'd feel out of place here regardless of what I was wearing,
Cass said, her voice soft.
This is not my normal group of people. Give me a bunch of people in lab coats and more focused on data than anything else, then maybe.
Your culture has such varieties. This world has more cultures and languages than any we have ever seen. I'm surprised more of the luminaries didn't come here.
Rauers' comment made McKenna turn to look at him. He stood in human form, but his robes made him look like a cosplayer. But he seemed at ease. How can you be so calm? You don't know how they will react. You're surrounded by aliens, at least aliens to you, so why aren't you freaking out? McKenna tried to keep the accusation level out of her voice, but still, she'd be a nervous wreck at this moment. He turned and looked at them, all huddled together against the people they would have to face soon, and nodded a bit.
Because this is what I trained for. Besides, if they draw weapons, I can change to a worm or relocate to home in the span of a few minutes. Most weapons are unable to hurt me in worm form. But you need me, and I need you. This may be the only chance either of us has to halt the Elentrin. If not...
He nodded his head again, almost like a shrug.
Then I am unaware of anyone who can stop them. I am a luminary, a finder of new planets, new worlds. I do not know that there is anything else to hope for.
His words created a lump in her stomach, but it also served to stiffen her spine. This was her world, and she'd be damned if she let anyone destroy it without doing everything in her power to stop them. Even Charlie and Nam weren't worth the lives of 7 billion people. Taking a deep breath, then a deeper drink of coffee, she looked across the crowd of people and caught Philip's eye. She gave a sharp nod at him. He looked surprised, but then nodded before he started to speak.
If everyone could please move into the auditorium and take a seat, I'll explain why I've called everyone here.
There was murmuring, but people moved. Most of them were armed, pistols in holsters at their sides, but a few also had rifles slung over their shoulders. She watched them walk in. They all looked hard, strong, capable. None of them were much over 50, and they all looked like they'd been in the field for a while. Once she'd processed this, her dirty, exhausted state didn't seem so out of place. She also needed to quit thinking of herself as slightly overweight and frumpy.
The last few months between the shifting and her experiences, they all looked like warriors. She smiled and looked at her friends. Cass and Tony could both pose as models for any swimsuit calendar. The men were cut and huge. They weren't who they had been just 6 months ago. "Let's do this. We have some alien butts to kick," McKenna said, putting determination in her voice. JD arched a brow at her, while Tony and Perce grinned with a fierce expression. Cass smiled at something secret, and from the flicker of emotion across JD's face, she'd said something to him. But all it meant was her friends had her back. "Ready, Rowers?" "That is why I am here," he responded, his voice calm. Most everyone had trickled in, so she followed, walking towards the base of the auditorium where Philip and Burby waited for them. Walking down the aisle, she noted how exhausted the Secretary of Defense looked. Gunny Roberts looked almost excited, and his eyes locked onto them, then drifted over to Rowers, who walked alongside them. In his human form, he was notable for his height and size, but with Perce and JD there, he didn't look that out of place. Philip nodded to one side and they took a stance. This time, rather than feeling intimidated, McKenna took the time to inspect the assorted men in the audience. There were only 2 women that she could see, but given who Philip probably pulled in, that made sense. From the sea of colors, between uniforms, patches, skin, and hair colors, it looked like everyone was represented. Good. We're going to need everything we can get to pull this off. "Everyone settle down!" Philip's voice caused the room to quiet as he stood up front, confidence in his every line. "Thank you for coming on such short notice. I know you've all been busy with the efforts to fight against the Elentrin. We have new information about this, and an ally has approached us, offering to help." A rumble of soft comments and grunts rolled through the room, but no one asked anything. They just watched. McKenna noted this would be a hard sell. They were men used to fighting, not diplomacy. Which should make our life easier. We need to fight, not talk to the Elentrin. "I'd like to ask McKenna Largo to explain who this person is and introduce him." "Wait, what?" "Great." She shot dagger looks at Philip, who walked off to the side. He seemed immune to her glares as she walked up. Having everyone's attention on her caused her spine to straighten even more, and she had to resist the urge to shift into warrior form to make herself appear stronger. Where did that thought come from? Interesting, but no time to explore it. Clearing her throat, she focused on the links connecting her to everyone, and not the sea of faces staring back at her, waiting. As he said, I'm McKenna Largo. Many of you have probably seen me on TV, both through the video and the press conferences. With reporters, she would have expected laughter or teasing. But here, these people just watched her, waiting. While you know about the warrior forms and the Elentrin, what we never made public, because we didn't think it would make a difference, was how we received that information. She cleared her throat, trying to find the right words. An unexpected ally has been feeding us this information via dreams and sleep training. This ally has also enabled an enemy of the Elentrin to present himself to us. A rumble of dissent from Rawers vibrated in the mind space, but she ignored it. Enemy was the best word from her perspective. What hasn't been disseminated to the public is why the Elentrin want the shifters as cannon fodder. Their ultimate goal is to eliminate another species from existence. This species is called the Drakyn, and the Elentrin have a pathological need to destroy them. I don't know the history, and at this point, I don't care. I'll take any help that will get these assholes away from my planet. There was a muffled growl of approval at that comment. With that, I'd like to present... She paused, her mind suddenly blank. What was your full name again? Her voice panicked as she pointed at the opal-like button in her mind. Rawers Goldwing Lyraline, he responded, and she almost sighed in relief as he answered her instantly. Rawers Goldwing Lyraline.
A Drakyn. Her words fell into an expectant silence. But as Rowers walked up, you could almost feel the wave of disappointment. A few murmurs in the crowd, easily heard when she enhanced her ears, indicated their feelings. She glanced at him and shrugged. With this form, he did just look like another guy, albeit huge, but he didn't look like the answer to all their prayers. Rowers moved up to the stage, giving the podium a funny look, and then out at the people staring back at him, unimpressed.
What am I supposed to do now? Is this a social acceptance ritual?
McKenna blinked at him, and then had to fight laughter. Explain to them. You are here to help. And how?
But I do not know how to help. That is why I am here, offering help to you, to see how my skills can be used. What I know is small in compared to your experience. The plan sounds valid, but how will it work?
I don't know. That's why they're here, to find a reason to believe you, to help, to give us the support needed to pull this off. The silence held too long as he stood there, the spotlight illuminated on him. A man stood up in the audience.
What's the big deal, Gunny?
And everyone shifted to look at him.
So you got another shifter. I'll grant you he's a big dude and could be scary in warrior form, but how does that help with ships beyond the reach of our weapons?
Gunny Philip Roberts stepped up, facing the assembled service members. This isn't just a shifter. This is someone we've never seen, and I have reason to believe that his abilities might give us the opportunity we've been looking for to fight the Elentrin. His words met with a murmur of disbelief, but the man talking sat down. Philip sighed. Rowers, I know I asked you to change, but would you mind shifting back?
To which form?
Roberts blinked at him. You have more than these two?
Technically, I have 4. This form, 2-legged, what you call warrior, my kin form, and my worm form. The warrior form was what you saw earlier.
McKenna saw Philip's mouth open, and then he snapped it shut. Later, I'll follow up on that. Right now, can you change back into the warrior form with wings? A half nod of his head, and Rowers began to change. As before, watching it was fascinating. Where is he coming up with the energy? With this many changes in a single day, all of us would be starving for food, past exhausted. The question ate at her, but it wasn't anything to worry about now. In a minute, he stood there, the wings moving gently as he held his head up, and a soft whistle of approval from the crowd. But then they fell silent, waiting. Rowers didn't say anything, just stood there, and the crowd started to get restless. One of the few women stood up, her hair in a ponytail. She looked exhausted and hard.
So he's got wings. My daughter would think he's cute. That doesn't help us unless he can fly faster than they can land those damn shuttles and destroy them before they take back off.
Something we can't seem to do often enough, at least not without killing our own people in them at the same time.
That is a valid point.
Rowers' voice seemed to roll across the space like a physical force.
I am awkward at this, but this is not perhaps the best place to demonstrate what I offer. My other form has something of a fear factor, especially for the Elentrin. Then, there is the way I can allow you to travel. Is there a much larger space we can move to, perhaps with multiple levels?
One of the staff for the area stepped up and talked rapidly to Philip.
I've been told the blimp hangars are close enough and are empty right now with catwalks. Will that do?
Rowers did his head nod.
I am unsure what a blimp or catwalk is, but we can see. The gunny sergeant looked at the crowd. "Are you willing to move with us to the hangars?"
Gunny, you let me take my coffee with me and I don't care where you lead.
A voice spoke out from the crowd. It was met with laughter and general agreement. With resigned shrugs, people filed out, the majority stopping for refills on the coffee as they walked the route to the hang. Chapter 12. From here to there.
The blocks on China's internet have fallen, and for the first time in almost a decade, there are no restrictions for information coming in and out. And the reality is horrifying. There are people lying dead in the street, and comments say they killed themselves when the Elentrin left. Snapped images of people in lines to get onto the shuttles have appeared, as well as the instant death by anyone trying to stop them. One of the most memorable pics is of a young man being torn to pieces by others when he was trying to grab a young woman from the queue of people leading to the shuttle. Even if we stop these invaders, China may never recover.
TNN Invasion News. It wasn't a short walk, but the weather didn't make it awful, though the normal laughing and teasing that would have been present was absent. People walked quietly, looking at the skies, their surroundings, and even while carrying coffee in their hands, all of them made sure they could grab their weapons with a second's notice. No one walked near Rauers, McKenna noted, but they were all very aware of him. His wings sparkled in the lights from the lamps. They'd started their day at 7 a.m., found Rauers about 2, gotten shipped to D.C. by 7 p.m., and now it was pushing 10 p.m. The lights created beacons in the dark, and if the clock wasn't counting down, McKenna would have lobbied to let everyone sleep, shower, and feel capable of thinking. But that wasn't possible. Not when she kept glancing at the sky and wondering when the first asteroids would start raining down.
I've always loved disaster movies,
Cass said, her tone somber in their minds.
but right now, all of them involving asteroids, meteors, and comets is playing through my head, and most everyone dies except the hero. And I don't think we're the heroes in this story.
Her words set the mood for the group and ramped up their stress. McKenna saw Rauers glance back at them, his ridges furrowed, but he didn't say anything. He simply kept walking and looking around at the patches of light amid the darkness. Walking into the huge hangar was both a relief and ramped up stress again. Here was where their plans and choices would all come into play. Either something would come of it, or all of them would face the fact that the human race just might be doomed. The echoing cavern of the hangar was lit with huge lights hanging at the top. So much light that the shadow seemed pale and nebulous. Rauers looked at it, and his lips twitched, an odd look on his Drakyn form. "This will do well." He turned to look at the group of service personnel gathered at one side. No one wanted their backs to the huge doors, even as they were being slid closed as he spoke. "My people have been hunted by the Elentrin for many of your millennia. We are not a race that has many willing to fight. Almost to a one, we are pacifists. But there are some of us that can and will fight. One of the tools we have against the Elentrin is a form called the worm. But we also possess the ability to relocate ourselves from one place to another. After talking to our leaders here, they agreed it might be useful." Rauers nodded at Roberts and Burby before he continued. "You must understand, we have had the ability to change shape for as long as our stories have existed." He looked at all of them, his stance wide and easy, his tail motionless, which McKenna's cat side found odd. Tails were only still if you were about to spring. "We found the two-legged form, the one you saw me wear at first, a long time ago. Then the warrior form, which proved a more elegant way to work with the world around us, allowed us to keep claws and wings." As he spoke, he paced out into the warehouse, yet they could still hear his voice clearly.
He kept walking as he talked, yet they didn't follow him. There was something about how he moved that let them know to not follow.
But when the Elentrin kept following us, killing us, we were forced to adapt, to change how we had lived. Some of us, the ones that had kept to the ancient ways of hunting, found it easier than most. Over time, many of your centuries, we found a form that strikes terror in the Elentrin and is resistant to most of their weapons. But those of us that can change are few, and it takes time to get where they are attacking. But this form is good for surprise and destruction of large buildings or other objects, such as their shuttles or ships, the few times they land.
By this time, he was a good 50 feet away from them. His path had not seemed so direct, but McKenna frowned when she realized that he was that far away. She resisted the urge to walk towards him. He'd interacted with them enough to know when and how to indicate someone should follow. Rowers turned and looked at everyone.
Well, I do not know if this will be helpful with the plans mentioned. You should at least know what a worm is.
He undid the tie of his robes, and they fell to the ground. Then he reached for the fastening of the belt around his slacks. Oh, please tell me he isn't going to strip in front of everyone. I am so glad Jessie isn't here. I swear she'd take this as permission to streak everywhere.
Well, if the dragon did it, Mom, so can I,
Tony muttered in the mind space. McKenna had to fight back a wholly inappropriate laugh, but she could see Jessie doing just that. Even in warrior form, they still had genitalia, though the men were more obvious than the females. The distance, even with a bright light, meant she couldn't see every detail of his body as he did strip. As he let the last bit of cloth fall to the ground, he looked mostly normal. It was the mostly which caused her to frown and try to figure out what seemed off, but the distance blurred details. There was a muffled groan from the people watching, and she could sense, more than hear, their agitation at watching someone strip. But it was overtaken by his next words.
Worm is something else that comes from a time when our ancestors roamed our planet, fierce and terrible. Behold the worm.
Even as the words fell from his lips, they changed, becoming deeper and more rumbly. The word worm was almost a roar that McKenna could feel in her bones, though it was no louder than anything else he had said. The shift in the air pulled at her hair even as her mind and eyes were locked on what couldn't be happening in the middle of the large hangar. Rowers stood there, mostly human, or at least humanoid. He had one head, 2 arms, 2 legs, the wings just added flavor. But now his shape shifted and flowed into something else. The flesh and shape bended and flexed, body twisting and flowing, and most terrifying, growing. By this point, McKenna had watched multiple changes, and even the other changes Rowers had done always seemed a shifting of mass or of the body, making the body restructure itself into a different pattern. What she saw now caused her hind brain to gibber in panic. She wanted to run, to cower, to freeze in place, hoping it wouldn't see her. The mass of twisting flesh that solidified and took up most of the space was something out of storybooks. A winged dragon, with scales, large teeth, and claws, stood there, colored in red and gold, looking at all of them. From head to tail, he had to measure over 40 feet long. He's as big as a whale. That is impossible. Her mind protested, even as guns snapped up and the military people surrounding her team and Rowers reacted to the threat.
I really would prefer to not be shot, though I'm not sure your weapons would penetrate my scales. It would still be unpleasant.
His voice, a soft whisper that only she seemed to hear. Rowers' comment kicked her mind back into gear, and McKenna cleared her throat. Not shooting our alien visitor would probably be a good start to creating cordial relations. A solid 5 heartbeats passed as people looked down their weapons at the dragon. Then someone sighed. Point. Besides, I have the very bad feeling shooting him would be like shooting a tank. It might ricochet and hit someone I don't really want to shoot. That got people to lower their weapons, and they all just looked at Rowers. His scales gleamed like metal, while his eyes swirled with colors.
I wonder how his pupils and irises work. Not like any animals from this planet, that's for sure.
Cass's voice had an abstracted quality as they stood and admired him. He embodied power, beauty, and something lethal. Be it the teeth that were as long as her hand or the claws that made even her warrior forms look tiny, he looked like something to fear. A twitch of motion pulled her eyes to his long, jagged tail that had spikes going all the way down. I sure as hell never want that coming after me. She swallowed hard and almost jumped when Tony spoke. You do realize you look almost stereotypically like a Western dragon from our mythology? Tony said, her voice a hair away from accusation. I did mention luminaries from my people visited your planet at some time in the distant past. Multiple times, to be accurate. That my appearance exists in your mythology does not surprise me to any extent. Holy shit, it can talk in my head, came out of half the people surrounding them. The other half had snapped up weapons and had them pointed back at Rowers. It would be rather useless if I could not communicate in this form. But all I can do is project loud enough you hear my thoughts. Unlike other Kaylid, who can speak back to me in a similar manner, I am unable to hear your responses, so you will need to speak out loud. Philip had moved out of the mass of people, rubbing his temple and looking at Rowers. Everyone fell silent as the gunny walked out away from the mass of people, but nowhere near close to Rowers. McKenna couldn't blame him. Those teeth were intimidating as hell. Rowers, I will say this I didn't expect, and while I'm working on not having to get clean shorts, there was muffled agreement to this comment. I'm not sure how to use this ability. You mentioned something else, about the portals? Yes, but I figured this needed to be seen first, so you understand what is possible. But the relocation is more efficient for what we are trying to do. If you are agreeable, I will move back to your Earth form. This seems to make your people nervous. The voice rumbled in her mind, and McKenna saw others shudder and rub their temples, though no one turned their attention away from the dragon. They should try having We4 talk in their head. His voice is almost pleasant. Please, that might make things easier, Philip replied, and the huge wings bobbed up and down. Rowers lifted onto hindquarters, his head coming perilously close to the ceiling. Then he began to shrink. How the hell? Where is the mass going? The astonishment of the shifters watching rippled through the mind space. There were no words, just intense focus and confusion.
We need to know how he's doing that. It would make life much easier if we didn't have to worry about energy components.
Cass's mutter was met with agreement. We4, you sure you don't know how he's doing this?
There is no information to explain this. Conservation of mass is a universal constant. It cannot be violated, and he increased his mass. The air displacement and the way the floor settled verified the mass increase.
Add it to our discuss later list, I guess? Though it's starting to seem like all the later things will take years to get through, McKenna said as she watched the man pick up his robes and dress again. He and Philip moved back towards the group, and a few people did take a step or two back as he approached. Philip nodded at him, and McKenna realized they'd been talking as he changed, but she'd been too busy to pay attention or realize it. McKenna, would you be amenable to being my guinea pig? His voice startled her, but she looked around and realized no one else could do it. The observers wouldn't trust him, and if this was going to work, she had to trust him. Either she started trusting now, or it wouldn't work at all.
Sure. What do you need?
He waved her over and looked at the group.
As I explained to your Gunny Roberts and Secretary of Defense Burby,
He stumbled a bit over the titles, and she realized they really hadn't told him how to address people. With his command of English, they kept assuming he understood how to use it. That's silly. No one understands English. It's illogical at the best of times. The thought made her snort, even as she tried to relax and not tense up. Glancing back at the others, they were all on edge, and she could all but see the desire to shift to warrior form written on their faces. A form much better for fighting than their all-too-fragile human forms.
my people have a means of travel we call relocating. The best way to explain it is I create wormholes from one place to another that people and objects can travel through. These wormholes can be held open for long periods of time. Also, they aren't physical connections the way you define physical, so they cannot be blocked by objects, such as planets, though extended interference from suns may make it necessary to drop and reestablish the connection.
Everyone just looked at him, and McKenna figured the blankness on her face mimicked the blankness on theirs. "I'm not sure that makes any sense," Philip said slowly, as if he hated to admit he didn't understand. McKenna didn't have any issue with that. "I have no idea what you just said." Rowers didn't quite huff out a sigh, but it seemed like he really wanted to.
Are you willing to demonstrate what I am talking about?
Sure. McKenna didn't bother expressing her doubts. At this point, she just wanted this over and a bed to sleep in. His brows wrinkled, and he looked at right behind her, then tilted his head up and towards the sky.
There. That should work.
As he spoke, a glowing circle portal thing appeared behind her. McKenna jumped back, startled. It felt slightly prickly up close, like static electricity in a ball. It wasn't painful, just prickly, so that you knew it was there.
If you walk through that opening, it will deposit you up there.
He turned and pointed. Up on one of the catwalks, about 30 feet in the air, a similar glowing circle stood. "Are you insane? You're going to walk into a glowing circle of light. What if you never come back?" Tony's protestation cut across the mind space, and McKenna hunched her shoulders in protest. "Either I trust or I don't. Do you see any other options? Anyone?" Silence reigned in the mind space. McKenna turned to Rowers, pasting a smile on her face. "Sounds good. Just walk in?"
Yes. You will reappear up there at the exit area.
"Here goes nothing." With a deep breath, McKenna stepped into the portal. Reality disappeared. Chapter 13. And back again.
Is anyone out there? I don't know what to do. My name is Jacob Smythe. They came and took my big sisters. They killed my parents and they damaged the doors so they won't open. I'm stuck in the basement. I'm scared. Can someone help? Am I using this right? I'm sorry. It's my dad's radio. I'm not supposed to play with it. I'm scared and hungry. Can anyone hear me? Help! Intercepted CB radio from somewhere in London. Colors, sounds, tastes, textures, and even odors all pulled and swirled through her mind. Not painful. They didn't exist long enough for her to identify any of them.
but enough that her mind registered their existence, but couldn't process. She could feel her body moving, walking. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. But she couldn't feel any movement because everything swirled at her and rushed her senses, making her almost dizzy. Then, there was a calm, clear space in front of her. Something she could focus on, that gave her direction, and she stepped towards it and found cool air in her face. The metal grate of the catwalk rang under her boots, and a cacophony of voices echoed in her head. "McKenna, what the hell?" Tony's voice hit her with Perce, JD, and Cass, all expressing similar sentiments.
Where were you? Your light went a funky color. Not the gray of distance or the black of death, but a weird pulsing silver?
Cass asked, her voice a bit calmer than everyone else's. McKenna flinched a bit at the reminder of Caroline's death. A death she still hadn't told Christopher about. "You are unharmed?" Rawers' voice rolled through the mind space, and McKenna shuddered a bit. His voice was almost physically there. It felt like a variation of We Four's. "I'm fine. That was weird, but I'm fine." "It might be advantageous if you were to wave to show that you are uninjured. Most down here cannot speak to you via speech." McKenna oriented herself to look down on the assembled people, who were all waving arms and looking a bit excited. She waved at them, and the swell of noise grew for a minute, then subsided. "Would you like to come back via portal, or another method?" McKenna looked around. The catwalk she was on was up very high up, with only a long ladder with access, one that had no safety cage. Heights didn't freak her out, but with her exhaustion and that amount to go down, the ladder didn't seem the best option. Portal, if you don't mind. Scared I might slip and go splat if I use the other option. 1 moment. A second later, a glowing silver swirl appeared beside her. "I'll be down in a moment." With another deep breath, she stepped in. A bit more ready this time. The colors and other sensations were still there, but even if she didn't try to walk, she realized the peaceful section at the end of the tunnel came closer to her. With amusement, she tried to walk backward, but it did no good. The end came to her just as quickly as if she had moved towards it. Part of it pulled at her mind, and she wanted to turn. It felt like she should know how to control, to create, to use it. Something tugged at her again, and she tried to turn towards it, but the end kept coming at her no matter how she turned. She couldn't find what pulled at her from a direction that didn't exist. Stepping out into reality didn't bring peace and quiet this time. Instead, she was buffeted by the sound of people yelling over each other, arguing and excited jabbering, to the point that she ordered the nanobots to reduce her hearing sensitivity. "We need to use this immediately! This will give us a chance to get to the ships and destroy them!" an older man yelled, and Burby sighed. "Why do you think we're here? But we need to get organized and rescue as many as possible. If we don't make the effort and we live past this, the world will crucify us. Do you really want to start World War III with the Chinese after going through this? They may be seriously wounded, but I have no doubt all their nukes still work. They won't have anything to lose. We don't have much time, but rushing it will just make it worse." McKenna sighed. She understood that they would be needed, but for the most part, all someone had to do was point them in the right direction. Exhaustion pulled at her like weights around her body, urging her to sleep. That was becoming more important than food. Philip walked over to her. "You okay? That portal thing didn't do anything to you? It's safe?" She looked at him and suspected she looked like a drooling idiot. No. The portal tunnel thing is fine." "Why?" "'Cause you look like death warmed over." He cast his eyes around her small group.
In fact, you all look rougher than most people here." She shrugged, glancing at JD, who just shrugged. He looked tired, with circles under his eyes. Of all of them, Cass looked the best. Tired, but not exhausted. She also hadn't shifted much, staying in human form. Too little sleep, too much stress, and not enough calories. This whole experience isn't easy on anyone. She shrugged. There were lots of people out on the front line. People were dying, and worse. People who just wanted to live their quiet lives were being killed. How dare she complain when no one else was getting what she got? Food, weapons, protection? Damn, you're a selfish bitch, Largo. The sharp self-castigation helped a bit, but exhaustion and a huge hunger for something other than food pulled at her. "I get that, but none of you are combat trained to know how to deal with this. Besides, from everything that has been said, without you the mission will fail. That means you get the royal treatment." A new man had approached, and his words pulled her out of her zone. McKenna looked at the speaker. Hair buzzed down so tight she could see the dark brown skin under the dark hair. Sun and weather had added lines to his face, but with his rich brown skin the color of melted chocolate, she didn't have any idea what his age was. Fit to Kaylid levels, muscles rippled along his body, but he was only her height at 5'7", and about half the mass of either JD or Perse. That means you think this is a go, Colonel Sexton?" Philip asked, an odd deference in his tone. "I think we don't have any fucking choice, so yes, it's a go." The man turned to look at all of them. "My name is Jeff Sexton, and I'll be helping create the insertion teams. We'll spend tomorrow morning practicing working together and getting used to your forms. But for now, we need to plan and assign personnel and try to get people here. These are things you have no skills with, and frankly, your input would cloud the matter. I need you rested, fed, and ready to go in the morning. My plan right now is to be attacking by the day after tomorrow. Hell, what's today? I lost track a week ago." His growl sounded frustrated. "It doesn't matter. Go back to the inn and get some sleep. If you aren't at the best you can be over the next 2 days, the planet dies. I'm not willing to accept that." Jeff made it an order, but it was one she wanted to obey. She wanted to stiffen at that, both in outrage and to assure him she'd do her best no matter how tired she was. But he was right. She didn't have the energy for outrage. "I'll take care of it, Colonel," Philip assured him. The man gave all of them, even Rowers, who had wandered over, a hard look, then nodded once. He executed a militarily precise turn and strode off to intercept another group of people who were just as hard-looking as he. "Who was that?" McKenna asked, feeling like a bull at full speed had just hit her. No goring, but her worldview felt off-kilter. Philip took a deep breath and visibly shook himself. That was Colonel Jeff Sexton, the only living holder of 2 medals of honor, a ranger. He would have had this position if he'd ever accepted promotion, much less the position. The guy's a living legend like Audie Murphy. McKenna had heard of Audie Murphy and watched the movie about him. If this Jeff Sexton matched him, he must be pretty impressive. She tracked his movement and noted the way people paid attention to him. "I see. So what does that mean?" Philip gave her a lopsided grin. "It means most of the people here will listen to him and go with his suggestions as if they were orders. I'm going to get you back to the hotel so you can be ready to hit the ground running tomorrow." He paused and looked at Rowers. "If you can handle it, we'll need you. Probably ask you to perform lots of portals and answer many questions as we try to work through the logistics of all this. I hope you can handle another 10 or 12 hours of this." Rowers glanced at the rest of them, then slowly shrugged, and McKenna had to fight back a laugh. He's watching our body language and trying to copy it. Smart dragon. Even as the thought crossed her mind, she flinched, then relaxed as no one commented. It got confusing with an AI living in you. People you could talk to via telepathy, and a dragon that apparently could barge in at any time. It made you paranoid about your own thoughts. "That is acceptable. My species need less sleep than yours. Our days are longer, and we have the ability to go longer without sleep." Staying awake another 100 of your hours will not be an imposition. Though, after that, I may need to sleep for a significant period.
Everyone looked at him, and he did that slow shrug again.
I am not human. My needs are different. Yeah, speaking of which, do you have any needs? You've done a lot of shifting, and from what I've learned of shifters, they need fuel to replace the calories they burn doing that.
Burby asked, even as McKenna focused in, interested in the answer. The idea of not being chained to calories would be helpful.
Food would be appreciated, but is not mandatory. It is apparent that while the small computers you have facilitate the change, they do not provide access to quantum space to store energy and mass in.
Rowers paused, a frown touching his face.
I am unsure why you cannot do so. Technically, you should have the ability. Otherwise, you would not change at all. But this is something all Drakyn know without teaching. It is part of us, so I am unsure how it would be taught.
Oh well, so much for that thought. Good to know. I figure we'll all need sustenance. Philip looked around and waved over a soldier. A sergeant, McKenna thought. Sergeant, get these 5 back to the inn, then get some coffee, sandwiches and fruit over to the conference center. This is going to be a long night, so make sure we're staffed.
Yes, sir. This way, please, sirs, ma'am.
With efficiency that McKenna had figured out was a hallmark of the service, they found themselves back at the hotel, walking into one of the group rooms assigned to them, all with connecting doors. McKenna, bleary-eyed, glanced at the clock. 2 a.m, no wonder I'm exhausted. Her bags were sitting on the floor, and she dug through them, finding clean clothes, and headed to the shower. The long, hot shower didn't solve her exhaustion, but it made her feel much more centered and less like a refugee. Tomorrow would come too soon, and she felt everyone else doing the same thing. The kids were already fast asleep. She sank into the bed and let sleep wrap her in warm darkness. Kenna? Tony's voice drifted into her mind as the world turned fuzzy. It was all she could manage to pull out as she listened to Tony. I know you're crashing. I am too. But did you notice anything strange about Rowers in his human form, I mean? That caused her to rouse up a bit, breaking the surface of sleep to manage a coherent sentence.
Like...
There was a long pause, and sleep started to pull her back down. Not that she fought it. When he stood out there naked, did you notice he didn't have any genitalia? The words weren't enough to bring her to full wakefulness, but they followed her down into sleep. She only replied with a, huh? Before giving into her body's craving for rest. Chapter 14. Planning Stages.
Attacks in Istanbul and most of that region have slowed as we approach day 8 in the siege. Drone and satellite imagery show buildings in ruins, rubble everywhere, and armed figures prowling the streets. The region they attacked is well used to war, and after the first day, the Amman for the area declared all humans to stay as human, as any in shifter form will be killed on sight. Their response to the invasion has been brutal, and there are few reports of any shifters being captured and returned to the ships. But there are more disturbing reports of shuttles landing outside of cities in Europe and lone Elentrin walking in and leading people back out like the Pied Piper of old. The U.S. government is advising all people to purchase nose filters and wear them at all times.
TNN Invasion Report. Pounding on her door yanked McKenna up from odd dreams. Nothing from their mysterious compatriot, Ash, but her dreams had been full of weird images and thoughts that faded as she roused. Yeah, her voice cracked a bit. I need to drink more
Water. She sat up as the pounding started again. What? She raised her voice this time, and the person on the other side stopped pounding. Ma'am? We've been asked to get everyone up and over to the conference center. Food is waiting. They'd like you ASAP, ma'am? The voice was young and a bit nervous. Okay, I'll be out shortly. She didn't move, though, weariness still clawing at her. Coffee, food, water. All of it will help. But you won't get any of it if you don't get going. You guys get the same message? You up? An assortment of grunts and mumbled answers met her query. Though how you mumbled thoughts, she had no idea. 15 minutes later, hair in a ponytail, another shower, teeth brushed, with her spare shifting clothes on, McKenna pulled open the door to her room. Even though they hadn't talked while she got ready, everyone else must have been moving about the same speed. JD and Cass emerged from one room, while Tony stood there, Jamie holding her tight. Oh, the kids are up. McKenna changed her direction, making a beeline for their room. Jamie must have told them she was coming, because before she reached the door, it pulled open, and Charlie and Nam bolted out. Nam leapt at her, achieving a height with that jump that really shouldn't have been possible. McKenna caught her, pulling her tight to her chest even as Charlie hugged her like a vice. You two okay? Everything good? Charlie pulled back, giving her a look that she had to fight not to laugh at. Wounded pride, contempt, and confusion all wrapped into one. Of course. We would have told you if anything was wrong, or dealt with it ourselves. He muttered the last part, much more quietly. Charlie, you tell us. People here will help. No more doing it by yourself. Promise me? She tilted up his chin, looking into his blue eyes. I know adults have let you down. I promise we won't. He nodded. I promise. I know. Just... they're mine, you know? His eyes darted to Nam, then over to Jamie and Jessie. At some point, she had wandered out and leaned against Tony, too. Yeah. I know. And she did. But she was an adult. Charlie wasn't. Part of her wished the kids could take warrior form, but for now, their animal forms and ability to flee would have to sustain everyone. She hugged him one more time and nuzzled into Nam's neck. Even their presence made her feel like maybe she could do this. She had to do this. They and everyone else depended on her. So she would do it. McKenna glanced at the others, and they nodded. With one last tight squeeze for both kids, she set Nam down. A wave of love was sent to both of them, on a tight message this time, so she didn't affect anyone else. They flushed and smiled at her. And she left, hating it, but needing to do it at the same time. A young servicewoman waited for them in the lobby, dressed in camos. McKenna glanced at her uniform. Air Force for this person. At this point, there were too many people, too many shifting faces. She'd given up trying to track people or branches involved.
This way, please. Everyone is waiting.
She led them out and hustled them to the conference center. McKenna had checked the clock as she left, and it was only 9, which meant she had barely 6 hours of sleep. And the people they were going to see had been working all night. She'd focus on getting coffee, and then figure out how she fit into all their plans. The crowd from last night had thinned considerably. There were only about 3 people wandering around the open area where all the food and drinks were set up. Philip was one of them, and he headed for her as she filled a cup with coffee. Good, we're ready to begin. We think we've got a valid plan worked out, along with a few backup plans in case that doesn't work out. He looked tired but energized in a way he hadn't been yesterday. Yesterday,
The shadow of defeat and hopelessness had shrouded him. "You seem upbeat. That mean you think this will work?" McKenna asked, putting her lid on her coffee. "I think so. Assuming everything we know is true. There's a good chance. But an awful lot depends on the information buried in all your brains." He waved at all of them. The others had focused on food, and McKenna realized she needed the same. No piles of cold cuts, but there was a decent amount of bacon and bagels, so she set to work making a couple sandwiches with cream cheese, bacon, and mustard. "Good. Let's see how this is going to work." Coffee in one hand and 2 sandwiches in the other, McKenna and the others followed him into one of the large conference rooms. That this room had become a war room was obvious. Whiteboards had diagrams and notations all over them. 3 boxes with a list of names took up one board, and from the half-erased marks, you could tell it took a while to get those names aligned. Philip waved at the tables occupied by 5 men, plus Burby, Rowers, and Christopher, who stood against a wall watching everything. She recognized Colonel Jeff Sexton from the previous night. None of the others triggered a memory. Please take a seat so we can explain our plans," Philip said, as most of them started to move towards the tables. "Now or never. You need to tell him." Grabbing a paper towel from the roll that they had been using to wipe the boards, she set her 2 sandwiches down and walked over to Christopher. "McKenna?" he said, his voice low as he focused his attention away from Rowers to her. "I haven't had a chance to tell you. And I'm sorry I didn't try harder to tell you before. Caroline was killed our first day out. One of their shots took her in the chest and she was just dead." Christopher closed his eyes, and he seemed to shrink just the smallest bit before he opened his eyes and locked onto hers. His blue eyes burned into her, and McKenna wanted to look away, but she straightened and met his gaze. "I figured. When she wasn't at the house and you didn't say anything, I guessed that was the answer. Her body was collected?" "Yes, I made sure of it." She nodded, having made the call herself. Caroline had ID on her, so word would filter back as records were updated. "Then I'll be notified eventually. I'm the executor of her will." He paused, looking away, then back at McKenna. "It was fast." "Very. She didn't have a chance to even hurt. She helped a lot, but then we were so out of our depths. If she had lived, by now she'd be as deadly as the rest of us." Hell if I know if that's the right thing to say, but it's the truth. And I'll never forget looking at her, that hole in her chest. "Thank you. Now go on." Christopher nodded at the tables, and everyone carefully not watching them, except Rowers. He had focused on her and Christopher. "You have a world to save." Those words didn't help make her feel better, or even like she was the person they should be depending on. But it did pull her attention back on what needed to be dealt with right now. Giving him a sharp nod, she slid into the chair guarding her bacon and bagel sandwiches. Picking one up, she gave herself a few seconds to put off the inevitable while she chewed on the bagel. The weight of everyone's gazes beat at her like waves against rocks. When the worst of her hunger had been assuaged, she gave in and set down the sandwich. Getting it over with would be better than keeping this up. "I take it you have a plan?" Most of the men smiled, or at least they drew back their lips, baring their teeth. "We have one, and we even got the dragon to agree it might work." That smile was definitely a challenge, and to her surprise, Rowers smiled back, showing teeth a bit whiter and sharper than a human's would be. "It is a solid plan, though humans are more vicious than I had realized. Apparently, Many of your things about peace were only fiction. He half tilted, half shrugged when he said that. Probably not. One of the things I've learned over the years is most people will preach peace and understanding until they're the one with their back against the wall. Then there are no holds barred. We have a saying on Earth: never get between a mother bear and her child. That holds true for most parents. When it comes to protecting those we love, we'll do anything. Most of us have people we love, people we die to protect. So yes, we are a vicious and deadly race. And most people, when challenged, take pride in that. She smiled at him, and her smile held little humor, but a lot of teeth. Good. This plan will need that passion. He fell silent and leaned back, shifting his attention to Jeff. Jeff rose and walked over to the whiteboard, tapping on the squares with lists of names written on them. As it has been explained to us, the 6 of you, will need to be the first through the portals to ensure any chance this has of success. As we can figure it, there are 3 separate missions. Problem is, there are 4 ships, and Raoul said he can only support 1 tunnel at a time. We're going to hit them one by one, coming back here for refills as needed. He cleared his throat and continued. We're targeting the ship that's had the most shuttles going towards it, and the one we think contains the most Americans. There was a slight rumble in the room. Listen, I get we want to rescue everyone, but I'll be damned if I leave our people for last. Remember, we still don't know if we'll get anyone out alive. If it works, we'll try for all of them. That settled people down. McKenna took another large bite of her bagel, enjoying the crunch of bacon and the smooth cream cheese as she listened. At least with her mouth full, she couldn't interrupt him. Mission 1. Set explosives to disable or destroy the vessel. We've decided to go with an option that will allow multiple variations. If we can capture the vessel, the rewards for us are staggering. Otherwise, we'll destroy it. This group will also provide support and covering fire for the primary group, which will be you. He locked eyes with McKenna. McKenna nodded. Though she had little desire to meddle in politics, with what could be learned, the technology involved in that ship could give them the stars. But she wished it wasn't going to come at the price of so many human deaths. The second is to help with decanting the captured and slaved shifters. While we understand that Miss Borden needs to operate the machinery, we're hoping she can show us how to do that. If what Raours has said is accurate, there may be multiple chambers to control the containers. There are, Perce confirmed. Per the schematics in my head, there are at least 10 different ones, and a few specialized sections. Each section only has access to its corresponding sections of storage tubes. Jeff fixed him with a laser stare. As soon as this debrief is done, I want you to go with Yum and Kyle and recreate all the schematics you can. If you have a way to download it, I'll take anything. Perce shook his head sadly, and we 4 didn't offer any options, so McKenna stayed quiet. Her head wasn't full of secrets others needed. Well, at least she didn't think so. When no one else spoke up, Jeff continued. The third group will be escorting captured people out and getting them to the staging ground. We've taken over the M&T Bank Stadium. Even as we speak, people are getting it ready to receive wounded, incapacitated, and even hostile prisoners. We have a separate area for the hostiles. We're planning on keeping them sedated until we can undo the programming the nanobots have enforced. Jeff turned his stare on Cass. I'm told you will have the key to doing this? A squeak slipped out of her, and McKenna turned to look at her and saw the woman visibly still herself and straighten up.
An hour ago I would have said no, but yes, I think I can, but it won't be fast, and there are some supplies I'll need from the ship.
She chewed on her lip for a minute, then squared her shoulders.
I think the best plan would be if you had at least one shifter on the team involved in the decanting. I should be able to teach them how to go through the process. Then we can leapfrog through all of them. We'll need to gather the supplies to short-circuit the programming of the nanobots, though until we have McKenna back and able to assist, keeping them asleep or even in stasis would be the best bet. But this is me guessing. I have no idea what I'll be able to do or what supplies will be available.
Her confidence grew with every word, and McKenna smirked a bit at the rapt attention JD paid her. Already done. There's a shifter assigned to your team, assuming we can get her here fast enough. She's a few states away at the moment. Jeff paused, looking at McKenna. Why do we need you here before we bring them out of stasis? McKenna felt like a deer in the headlights, mouth full as she shrugged. Cass snorted.
Because there's a chance most of them won't speak English, and at this time, she's the only person I know that will be able to speak Elentrin to them. Though, we should be able to speak it soon, right, we four?
Affirmative, but it will be slow and halting. McKenna may be best for that. McKenna relayed to the humans in the room what we four had said, even as she considered if the AI could replicate itself. Anything would be better than feeling the focal point for all their needs. Valid. I'll update orders with that information, but anything you can do to make all of this less impactful would be greatly appreciated. Cass nodded and grabbed one of the many pads of paper littering the table and began to scribble notes. McKenna glanced, wondering what she was writing, but Cass's scribble wasn't decipherable from this distance. Then, if everyone is agreed? Jeff looked around the room, but no one protested. Good. McKenna, I want you and your teams to meet the people you'll be working with. For the next 5 hours, you and the teams are going to be training and practicing. We're not expecting seamless merging. That would be something we would work towards over weeks of training. We have only 5 hours. I just want you to be able to move with them, understand the signals and the roles each of you will play. Any questions? McKenna had 1,000,000, but none of them needed to be answered right now. She figured she'd either get the answers she needed, or in the end, the questions wouldn't matter. With the bagel turning into something thick and heavy in her stomach, she shoved the last bite in her mouth and stood. Let's get going then. Chapter 16. Practice. Most of the European Union has declared a state of emergency. Even though the fashion of wearing earrings in ears has taken hold of Europe even more strongly than in the US, leaders are asking all shifters to not morph into any form. Please just stay human. Anyone killing a shifter while in non-human form will not be charged unless there is evidence of premeditated murder. Officials say they will not press charges against people for attacking anyone in the warrior form. TNN Invasion News. Miguel grabbed them, assigned their weapons, and set up their order. This is how it works. I go first. Purse, rowers, Alpha 2B. McKenna, Alpha 3B. Tony, then Alpha 4B, with JD and 5B bringing up the rear. McKenna shrugged. It seemed valid. Even though Purse had done his best to get the schematics out for them to use, he was the only one that actually knew them, so he needed to be up front. Then there was Rowers. She still didn't know anything about him, other than he and Tony seemed to have an odd connection they were both avoiding. The next hour they spent learning signals, and while not becoming a true team, they were at least getting better at moving together, and probably wouldn't shoot each other. The hardest part for McKenna, and she suspected for the other shifters, was learning to talk in a low whisper that the headsets would pick up and pipe into their ears. She kept slipping into their mind speak, though the term rowers used of speech had gained a bit of traction. The shifters all flowed into their warrior forms, since they wouldn't be able to spend the time or calories when it was time to leave. Getting into that form now, and making sure they were comfortable with the vests and weapons had priority. They decided to have rowers stay in human form, though. I fear if I enter in my warrior form, as you call it, I would cause a panic. and alarms to go off. While you may disturb them, there is a margin of confusion that you may be able to use to your advantage.
Point. How long does it take you to change if you need to do it fast?
Miguel asked, and McKenna frowned at him, then realized he probably hadn't seen the show and tell earlier. Which form? Rowers asked, focused on the man with a strange intensity.
What do you mean?
Chief Zen seemed thrown off balance for a moment. Well, there is this human form, which I am in now. My warrior form, which is similar to the ones you see McKenna and her clan in. He nodded at the four of them standing in their warrior forms. It had become second nature by this point. Then there is my animal form, I think you call it, and my worm form. His worm form won't fit in most of the ship without crushing us, walls or himself. JD interjected, a wry note in his voice. Miguel looked at all of them, as if he expected there to be a joke. But no one laughed. He shook his head and looked back at Rowers.
Your warrior form, as you call it, without the wings that I heard about.
Rowers tilted his head from side to side. If I push it about 20 of your seconds.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Now let's get geared up. We need to make sure you have the tools you need.
Zen decided Rowers didn't need a weapon, keeping him near the front when Rowers assured him he was tougher than he looked and very fast. It took a bit to get everything strapped to them. Apparently, these forms were different enough that it created fitting issues with some of the equipment Miguel Zen wanted them to wear. They hadn't worried about vests or much else when they were on the street. The energy rifles the Elentrin forces carried didn't slow down at bulletproof vests. They practiced moving through the maze, clearing areas, and occasionally having people jump out at them, though she had no idea how Miguel had set that up. They got better, and McKenna made herself remember to speak out loud in that low, almost subvocal voice. It reminded her of police training, so she and JD didn't have as much issue. Tony and Perce took a bit longer, but Need got them going through it in good time. How are they doing? Jeff asked as he walked up. They'd taken a break going through how to handle certain situations, and McKenna reminded them they'd all need to wear nose filters to handle Elentrin pheromones. Chief Zen shrugged.
They'd fail my classes, but given the situation, they're passable.
Good, because it's time to go. And I don't need to tell you there aren't any other options. Miguel rubbed the back of his neck as his eyes locked onto McKenna's.
Then let's hope they're the answer.
McKenna snorted. But no one did more than give her a sideways glance. Cass headed their direction as people started loading things into vehicles. Per her norm, she headed right to JD, but looked at all of them.
You okay? I've been cloistered with Elaine Zimmer. Woman is scary smart. I think once I show her everything, she'll be fine picking it up. But I'm not horribly sorry I won't be in your main attack teams.
JD hugged her to him, her human form oddly frail compared to his furry bulk, even if he was shorter than normal. Neither am I. McKenna was glad her face in this form didn't show emotions as easily. If you're all done, we need to get you loaded up into the launch point. Rowers, I'd like to talk to you, please. Jeff didn't quite sound diffident, but he did sound respectful in a way he wasn't to anyone else. Wonder what that means. Though it might just be that the blasted dragon creeps him out. She didn't have time to wonder about much else, as energy bars were handed to them. Their blanks were exchanged out for live rounds, and their vests were filled with extra ammo and bars before they were ushered into the back of a covered truck. It was packed with supplies and other members from the Bravo and Charlie teams. Rowers didn't join them, nor did the leaders of the other teams, so she figured he'd be in a different vehicle. The noise made normal speech impossible, and she slipped back into speech. We four, is there any way to just spread the ability to talk without changing someone? It was wistful thinking on her part, but she missed the speed and relative privacy.
Not that the database has listed. It does not mean it is not possible.
We4's voice rattled in their shared mind space.
You know, I think there might be, but it's buried. Something I might be able to come up with based on the information that got loaded into my head.
Before McKenna could get excited, Cass continued.
But it's research project level. Not anything I can whip up in the next few hours. We're talking months to years to figure out how to reprogram and guide the nanobots to create the transharmonic frequencies and allow non-augmented minds to handle the interface without infecting them.
McKenna started to ask what she meant about the augmented minds part, but decided she didn't want to know. One more bit of information to creep her out that she couldn't change, and it didn't matter right now. When did you become such a coward? Her own thought had wry humor to it, especially as she knew it was more information overload than anything else. She still had issues sometimes with the idea of how integrated We4 was with her body, so finding out more was just too much. I guess we'll need to work on our radio etiquette then. Cass, what exactly did they have you doing? That was enough of a prompt, and Cass started to bubble about everything, creating a warm stream of conversation that McKenna could enjoy and let the others interject as she just tried to not think about what was to come. She had almost dozed off, a half-eaten bar in her hand, when the vehicle came to a jarring stop. It didn't feel like a smooth stop that a driver would have made if they reached their destination. The window between the cab and the back slid open, and words were shouted at them. "We have incoming! 2 shuttles coming down and another following. Time to rock and roll, people!" It dawned on her that was Jeff's voice, even as she grabbed her rifle and double-checked the ammo and safety. She jumped out of the back of the truck and rolled across the pavement to the shelter of bushes on the side of the road as she assessed where they were. Cass, still in human form, clambered out and went under the truck. JD must have told her to do that. Tony, looking like a demigod with her snarling white fangs against the coal-black fur, used the truck for cover as McKenna focused on the shuttles. Why are they... McKenna broke off the thought and talked through the comms they all had. Why are they focusing on us? Silence met that question, until Rowers replied. The odds are the concentration of shifters here. Or maybe they have discovered my presence. I do not know everything about their technology. It is possible they have realized a Drakyn is on this planet. They would do anything to kill me. They are quite unreasonable about our existence. McKenna glanced over to where Rowers had appeared from one of the transport vehicles following them. He stood in the open, watching the shuttles come down. "Rowers, get down, idiot! They'll shoot you!" Miguel barked out over the headsets. They have no weapons on the shuttles. Only devices they need to assemble, and what they use when they attack. He made a strange figure, standing there in human form, watching the approaching shuttles with no expression on his face. He looks like a blasted movie poster. Idiot. Tony's thought was scathing, and Rowers turned to look at her, a funny look on his face. I apologize if I seem melodramatic. They have always already been on the ground when I have made it to their invasion points. I can see the attraction in their lines, but it seems odd to me to fly under the power of a machine. Even as he finished that thought, the shuttles landed,
and the silver doors began to flow into the ramp specification. Rowers moved so fast, even McKenna had to blink as he appeared behind the truck they had come.
Fire is needed! Remember, those shuttles can leave without a pilot, so don't get in them!
Zen's voice snapped out over the comms, and McKenna winced. The same reaction from the others filtered into the mind space. She ordered her bots to lower her hearing sensitivity a bit. After that, she focused on the ship about 30 yards from her, its hatch facing her as the back wall melted and started to reform into a ramp. The moment the opening was large enough, 5 figures dove through it, hitting the ground in a controlled roll. McKenna had to admire their smooth skill. They almost moved in unison. But instead, she focused on sighting in on the first creature. One of the large, lizard-like beings with a smooth, leathery skin rose up from a crouch. Its tail seemed less strange now, but it came across as more dinosaur and less dragon after Rowers. The M240B was a bit heavier than her AR-15. And even after the practice, there was a difference between targets and firing at sentient beings. Her focus narrowed down to the skull of the being, and she squeezed the trigger gently. She'd braced correctly, so the kick of the weapon didn't faze her. But the shriek of pain and annoyance as a bright line of blue-red blood welled along the side of the creature's skull told her she had missed. It turned and fired. She had to roll to not be hit by the beam of the weapon. Fuck! Their range has increased. He just hit where I was at over 30 yards. Be aware, guys! She snapped out over the comms and in the mind space. Before, at a distance of 25 yards, the energy would dissipate, at worst leaving you with a bad burn. From the smoking ground where she had just been, it would have cut right through her. The spurt of adrenaline narrowed her focus, and even as the creature tracked her movement, she pulled the trigger and saw the head explode. Once, there would have been sorrow, or maybe a sense of relief. Now, she didn't feel anything but weariness and a desire to have this all be over. She heard others yelling, and the sharp retort of weapons fire around her. But all the lights in her mind were bright, and that was all that mattered at this point. Crawling out a bit to get a better view, she scanned the area. One of the advantages of warrior form was the pattern of your fur let you blend with your surroundings, and the Kaylid didn't usually wear too much armor. She'd been so focused on the lizard, she'd lost track of the others, and it took her a moment to find one. Almost a moment too long. Chapter 17. New Toys. Europe, China, the Middle East, Britain, Brazil, and Mexico have all seen a huge upswing in shuttles descending to capture shifters. While the resistance in the U.S. is well organized, other countries are not faring as well, and the world lives in a state of fear never seen before. Even the Cold War didn't shut down schools and churches. Wariness and avoiding public places has become the norm. Will Earth ever recover from this attack? TNN Invasion News. Roll! We four screamed in her mind, and McKenna just moved, not even asking which direction, though there was only one way to head. She whipped her body over and over, holding the rifle tight to her. Heat seared the fur on her arm and leg, and she landed in a prone position, aiming in the direction the bolt had come from. She had a sense of fur and movement, and she fired, knowing none of her people would be shooting at her, and not with that weapon. McKenna fired a quick burst of 3 shots at the figure behind the edge of a second shuttle she hadn't been actively focused on. Her bullets slammed into the chest of the being firing at her, and it crumpled into a splash of dark limbs on the asphalt. The surrounding sounds died, and all she could hear was her own rapid breathing. Too aware of their hearing capabilities, she stuck to speech. Everyone okay? Anyone hurt? Mom? Jessie's voice followed on top of hers, and McKenna wondered how much she had gotten of the sudden violent firefight. Yes? Tony sounded calm, but McKenna looked around for more danger. She'd never forgive herself if anything happened to any of them.
Is everything okay? Your lights turned a weird color.
McKenna could sense, more than hear, Jamie, Charlie, and Nam listening very carefully. We're fine, Jess. Just a bit busy at the moment. I love you very much, but right now, don't bug us. It might distract us at the wrong moment.
Okay, Mom.
There was a wave that hit the mind space, and McKenna was glad she was lying down. She saw Tony stagger at the edge of the truck. It was love, worry, stress, need, and trust from all 4 kids at once. McKenna didn't know if she wanted to cry or laugh. She swallowed and continued to look for any other invaders. 2 more lay crumbled on the sidewalk, and Miguel stood up from a planter he'd been crouched behind. "Sound off!" McKenna struggled to remember her code. Alpha 2A, here. The proper radio etiquette had also been drilled into her head, so she knew at least she had responded correctly. They all sounded off. A Paul settled as one Bravo person, and a Charlie didn't respond. McKenna rose and walked around the truck, looking at the 3 shuttles. She counted 13 bodies. I see 13 dead. 5 came out of the shuttle. I was watching. Are we missing 2? She kept her voice low and wished she could crank up her hearing sensitivity without having the comms blast her out. Turning slowly, she panned the area, trying to listen and think. Only 4 came out of the one near me, said a voice she didn't recognize, but a wash of a recognition from Cass told her it was probably a Charlie team member. There were 5 on this one far to the right, JD offered, and McKenna did her weird mental grid check to make sure they weren't talking about the same shuttle. They weren't. We're missing 1. Her voice dropped even lower as she said that, and she pivoted in a slow circle. We 4? Can they raise the sensitivity on my left ear but not my right? She asked, as she fought to see or find this last threat. Of course. Would you not think they could? McKenna sighed and tried to tell them to increase only her left ear, not her right. A moment later, sound increased and she listened, feeling slightly lopsided at the difference in sound. She closed her eyes and concentrated. Even as she did, she could hear others talking, whispering in the distance, yet they were as clear as if they were next to her. If this keeps up for too long, we need to get a way to do this via the speech, because even with comms I can hear them clearly. Get everyone to shush, we're making too much noise. She said it in the general mind space, and heard the sounds fall away slowly, though people still moved and breathed, and they all seemed impossibly loud. She kept pivoting, even as everyone went silent, but she couldn't tell. The sounds of an Elentrin Kaylid versus a human Kaylid weren't obviously different. What else? Think. Her eyes widened, and she had the nanobots pull her ear back to normal, and she inhaled, sorting through the scents. Her friends whispered across her mind, comforting and familiar. Even the men she'd been training with for the last few hours came in as a friend. But a strange scent drifted across the breeze. Somehow stale, with weird smells she couldn't place. JD? She kept the connection as tight as she could, still not sure how Raours had stepped into their mind space. Yes? He came back almost instantly on that same tight connection. Where are you located? In reference to me. The 3 convoy vehicles had stopped in the road when the shuttles landed in the intersection. She gazed out at the 4-lane road with 2 lanes in each direction. The last truck had stopped at an angle, blocking the road. The shuttles formed a half-arc, one of them partially on the sidewalk, with their ramps all facing the halted convoy trucks. She had ended up next to a line of bushes on the side of the road that had a commercial for sale sign on it. Behind the second truck, passenger side. She turned and focused, and there she could make him out. He would have the breeze directly hitting him where he was. Use your nose. Crank it up. Can you smell that strange smell? I think it's part ozone, part things I've never smelled before. Can you locate it? She felt his concentration via the link and didn't say anything, giving him the space to focus. Their noses had been useful, but with all the invasions and everything else, she'd fallen back into the habit of only relying on eyes and ears. Got it. Yes, that's a weird smell. Best I can figure it's laying under the ramp closer to Perse than either of us. He put this into the mind space, and she could feel Perse follow what he said. I see him. Going. Before McKenna could say anything, the spotted form of Perse dashed out from where he'd been and tore towards the shuttle JD had mentioned. Before, with everyone shooting, she hadn't had time to get scared or even think about anything else other than trying to not die right in that moment. Now, her heart raced and she felt her breath catch in her throat as she watched him run towards an enemy that had proven themselves all too willing to kill. Movement from the shadows, and a bolt of visible light exploded, lighting up the darkness, streaking towards Perse. He dove, but not fast enough, and the scent of burnt fur and flesh assaulted her nostrils. The image of Caroline's corpse flashing in mind again. They'd had a few die in the days of fighting, but none of her people, or the soldiers they worked with. Bullets didn't create scorched flesh. Before she could even cry out mentally, a rapid staccato of bullets chattered out of where Perse had fallen. A few created a resounding ting as they hit metal, but the majority of them made a wet thud. She heard a short cry, then silence. Are you okay?
What the hell was that, Alexander?
Miguel all but shouted into the comms, and McKenna flinched, telling the bots to lower her hearing ability in the right ear another few decibels. Getting the last of the attackers. Damn, that hurts. His voice sounded tight, and McKenna moved towards him, seeing Cass out of the corner of her eye headed that way also. Perse stood, and she saw a bright red gash with at least an inch of flesh missing between his neck and shoulder.
You realize if that had been even half an inch closer to your neck or you were a bit less overly muscled, you'd be dying right now?
Cass's voice had a sharpness to it that McKenna totally understood. She wanted to rage at him, but that would be counterproductive. And she refused to address her own terror at the idea of losing him. Yeah. He glanced down to look at where she pulled the wound open and checked that it was mostly clean. The nice thing about their weapon was it burned through, not leaving much in the wounds. I've already got the bots working on it. I'll need some calories and maybe one shift and it should be good enough. Miguel came storming up to them, his brows furrowed and cheeks flushed to almost red, impressive on his olive yellow skin.
What in the hell did you think you were doing? That kind of stupid heroics gets people killed.
He didn't shout, not quite, but his tone cut, and McKenna didn't know whether to jump in and protect Perse or let Miguel chew him out like she so badly wanted to. Idiot. He could have gotten killed. The thought made her throat tighten and her chest seize with pain. Perse glanced at Miguel, the blood leaking sluggishly from his wound. That meant the bots had already gotten to work, or it would be bleeding a lot more. That helped relieve some of the fear that still raced through her system. I was thinking that I knew where he was, had a chance of moving faster than he could, and thought I was the most disposable as you've gotten the basic schematics of the ship. Besides, we can't afford to be delayed here any more than what we already have been. Perse glanced at the hole in his shoulder. Besides, I can heal. Your people can't. Miguel glared at him, but Perse didn't flinch until something in Miguel gave, and he sagged a bit.
Fine. Everyone back in the vehicles. We need to step on it. If they know Rowers is here, we need to get you on those ships ASAP.
He turned and looked like he was about to start shouting orders as most of the people had gathered around, watching the show. I was thinking, Tony said slowly, looking at the dead body lying on the ground. Everyone paused and looked at her. She'd been so quiet of late that any words meant you stopped and listened. Everyone talks about how bad it is to fire a gun in an airplane. I can't help but think that firing one in a spaceship isn't any more intelligent. But those... She nodded at the gun laying on the ground. We know we can use. If what Charlie told us was correct, they can be set to stun, not kill. Besides, aren't we supposed to be rescuing these people? Not killing them because they've been enslaved? Miguel moved over to look at the gun, and then his eyes scanned to the rest of the fallen aliens and the weapons lying next to them.
It isn't a bad idea. But can you configure them so anyone can use them? We'd still take our weapons with us, but using these first would be much quieter and give us less dead bodies. You sure you can modify them to not kill?
He directed the question to Tony, but McKenna took the lead. Charlie, can you tell us how to modify the weapons to stun only? Maybe even disable the ability to kill? McKenna asked, even as Miguel looked at her, waiting. A few heartbeats of time before he responded, almost as if he had to find the information in his mind. Yes, though it will take you a bit on each one, but I can show you how to alter them. She looked at Miguel. The answer is yes, we can modify them. He looked at her with narrowed eyes, then at the weapons.
Do it. Everyone collect the weapons and anything on the bodies that looks like it might be associated with the weapons.
He moved his attention back to her.
Update them. Make my people and yours watch so we all know how to do it. And I'll want to test fire one first to make sure we aren't killing people.
McKenna felt her heart stutter at that thought. Who would they possibly test it on? Got it.
Then get going, people. We need to get this show on the road. The clock is ticking down faster than we can afford.
Everyone jumped to it. And in 5 minutes, McKenna found herself back in the troop transport, with people watching her and looking at the pile of weapons on the floor. With a jerk, the vehicle started to move, and McKenna braced herself near the cab to be able to work. Okay, Charlie. Now what? It would be easier if I could see what you're seeing, he muttered in her head. And she felt a weird pressure, like a bubble, in her mind. Something slipped into place, and her brain felt funny for a split second. Oh, that's helpful. Jess, you were right. I can do it with Kenna. Told you. The smugness from the little girl came through just fine, and McKenna had to fight back a smirk. So, you can see what I'm seeing? It felt odd, but at the same time didn't feel like anything at all. At some point, she'd have to follow up on it, but now she didn't have time. One more thing to ignore until I can't anymore. This avoidance of hers was starting to cause issues, but she didn't know how to deal with all the things that kept coming up. So she pushed everything she could to the background until she had to deal with it. Lately, though, that was biting her in the ass. Not that she knew what difference it would have made in the long run. Yes. Now, pick up the one nearest to you and turn it over. Charlie walked her through it slowly, where the settings were and how to swap out the energy packs. People asked questions as they rode, and slowly, the others in the back with her started making the same updates to the weapons they had picked up. There were multiple people working changing the settings. It was slow, delicate work, though the tools most of the soldiers had with them helped. A quiet camaraderie spread through the back as the truck roared to their destination.
Your people are like what we saw in your records. There were multiple arguments that they were all fiction stories, told to make you feel better in the dark times.
Rower's sounded thoughtful, even as his own flexible fingers worked on a weapon. McKenna closed her eyes and tried not to laugh. They probably were movies, but we have our own heroes. And most heroes tend to be based on someone. Audie Murphy, Alvin York, Paul Revere, heck, Lewis and Clark. We aren't perfect, but there are an awful lot of people who will risk their lives to save others. We get reminded of that every time there's a natural disaster, and they show the people who risk their own lives to save others. Are all of us willing? No. Are some of us? Absolutely.
You are a weird and wonderful species. I hope we survive this, so I have the opportunity to learn more about your people.
I think we all hope that. We have families to go home to. With that, McKenna sent a ping of love and worry to the kids. All of them. She almost cried as they responded back fourfold with their own love. From Tony and JD's reactions, the only two she could see, they sent it to everyone. Charlie had dropped out of her eyes when it was obvious she had it down on how to alter the weapons. Or at least they hoped they had. They wouldn't know if it worked, or if they were still as dangerous as ever until they tested them. But whom are we going to shoot at? Chapter 18. Suck It Up.
Word has leaked out of the DC about a secret mission from DC. No details, but what has been gleaned sounds like a plot from a bad World War II movie. There are rumors of a way to sneak onto one of the ships and try to rescue some of the captured shifters. No one can say how they will get on or how they will get back, much less with as many people as have been captured. But we can only hope this, like most Hollywood endings, is a happy one.
TNN Invasion News. The truck slowed to a stop, and the engine shut off. This time she figured it was planned as she heard people talking. Stretching a bit, her muscles and body just ached from being bent over and on the floor. The nanobots weren't worried about her low-level pain at this point, or so We Four had informed her. They were still trying to repair and build up muscle and fat stores. The lactic acid in her muscles wasn't important right now. Seriously, I've got this wondrous thing in my body, and I still get stiff and sore. Oh well, can't say I'm missing my period at all. Stepping down out of the back of the truck, she almost fell as it registered what was going on around her. The truck had stopped at one edge of a huge stadium, the seats stretching up into the sky. All around her, tents were set up, military personnel were running around, and piles of supplies were on pallets.
You going to just stand there?
JD asked, a wry tone to his voice.
Oh, yeah.
But look, McKenna said, moving out of the way and looking around at the organized chaos.
Wow. When those guys decide to do something, they don't take it by half measures, do they?
JD gave a low whistle as they looked at the staging area for their attempted rescue.
What good would that do? This is a last-ditch effort to save our world.
Jeff walked up with Burby and Roberts beside him. If it doesn't work, the other plans we have in place may not be enough to save any of the human race.
Plans like?
McKenna was glad Cass had asked. She didn't know she could have asked and not sounded bitter.
You aren't cleared to know, and if you don't succeed, it won't matter. I'll be dead anyhow.
Burby replied, his voice grim, but not mean.
So, what's with all the alien weapons?
McKenna explained even as Miguel and the rest of the Bravo and Charlie groups surrounded her.
You ready to test it?
Miguel asked, a bit of challenge in his voice.
We sure are,
JD replied, his voice easy. If he'd been from the South, McKenna knew he would have drawled that, just to rile people up. Miguel had managed to get under his skin.
Good.
Miguel stared right back. Even though JD was in warrior form, and the furry face full of sharp teeth made most people nervous.
Cass, you ready? JD asked instead of responding to Miguel.
McKenna blinked. Cass hadn't been one of the people in the transport with her. She and JD must have been talking as we worked. I'll keep my mouth shut and let them take this. That took more restraint than she had anticipated. She wanted to protest and say, "No, shoot me," but she stood and watched, claws sliding in and out of her hands. Cass looked around and shrugged.
Against the truck side, the canvas should show any scorch marks.
JD's massive shoulders lifted in something approaching a shrug as he walked over. Everyone else cleared out, though they were drawing attention from multiple people, and the chatter around them started to fade. JD stood, his arms crossed, making furry biceps bulge. While facial expressions were very difficult to read in the half-animal, half-human configuration, he didn't seem worried at all. I think his fur is shorter in warrior form than it is in animal form. The idle thought flickered through her mind as she tried to not panic. Images of Caroline flashed through her mind, and she couldn't push them away. Cass lifted the weapon, looking all too comfortable with it. They weighed a bit more than the AR-15 did, but less than the M240B they'd been training with. Cass aimed away from JD at the side of the truck, the olive-green canvas rippling in the breeze. While out in the field, most of them had lowered the sensitivity of their hearing to deal with the noise of their guns, which meant the subtle noises the alien weapons made weren't anything she had noticed. This time, she paid attention. The strange weapon, well, not so strange anymore, as Charlie had explained everything. He knew so much about them, even if he'd never held one in reality. It made an odd buzz whine sound, like a bug zapper, but at a different range. She didn't know how to explain it, but she knew she'd recognize it always from now on. Light burst from the gun, but rather than the long stream of red she expected, a flash of pale red appeared, and then the canvas wobbled. JD turned to look at it.
Looks intact. No smoke or scorching.
They had all seen bolts miss, and they always damaged what it hit.
Okay, be aware these are not precision weapons, so I'm going to aim near him.
Cass said the words in a calm tone. But as she was still in her human form, McKenna could see how stiff she was. The inclination to check on Cass and make sure she was okay nibbled at her heart. But McKenna didn't want to distract her, so she stood there, projecting confidence and unconcern.
Maybe the rest of them will believe my act.
Cass took a slow breath and aimed the weapon at JD. From her vantage point, it looked like she pointed it directly at him. With effort, McKenna kept her breathing at a slow, steady rate. She could feel Miguel, Jeff, and the others watching her. Luckily, this form kept her emotions much more opaque. She did glance at Raoul's, and he simply looked interested. No obvious reaction on his face. Before she could stress any more, Cass pulled the trigger. Again, the flash of light, and JD flinched.
Did it hurt? Did it stun?
The words tumbled from Cass fast, garbled even as she started to move towards him, her already pale face going almost white.
It's fine. My arm just went dead. It's like it fell asleep.
He rubbed it and frowned.
I can't even lift it. I know it's there, but I can't get it to respond to any of my commands.
Not bad, but I want to see what happens.
Miguel sighed.
But I don't have the time to wait to get you to wake up if it does work. And if it kills you, I really can't afford that.
He turned and spoke to the assembled crowd.
Who wants to volunteer? Can't guarantee you won't die.
There was a ripple of unsure laughter, but McKenna knew he wasn't joking. She shot a look at Cass, who shrugged. So you don't know?
How the hell would I know? You altered them,
Cass said back in a frantic tone.
Sure, Chief. This count as a KIA if I die and get the payout?
A young voice came out of the crowd. McKenna spun, trying to trace who was talking.
Yes,
Miguel replied, his voice flat, unmoving.
Jeff!
McKenna hissed. Jeff turned to look at her, his face flat. We need to know. Thousands are dying every day. If we lose one, we at least know. She growled, but didn't know what to say. Should I say let's sacrifice a pet, a cow, a sheep? I don't know what the right option is. I'll do it. A young woman stepped out of the crowd, her jaw locked and a face a mask. Most everyone I loved has already been killed. My sister's a shifter. So, yeah, you can test it on me. My mom could use the money if I die. The level of bitterness made McKenna flinch. Did I do it right? Will she die? Her thought held overtones of frantic worry, and everyone could hear it. All the information provided indicates the odds of dying from a single direct hit are less than 5%, assuming basic deviations. So, doubtful she will die. Affirmative. The young woman walked forward and took a stance next to J.D., a smirk on her face that held no humor and all bravado. Fire away. I don't like this. Tony muttered the words, but no one moved to stop it. Cass didn't say anything, as J.D. slowly moved out of the way. Her hands shook as she lifted the weapon and pointed it at the young woman. This will devastate her if something goes wrong. The thought came from J.D., tight on a personal channel with stress and worry wrapped around every word. McKenna wanted to reach out to him, squeeze his hand, but he was too far away, and people would notice. Instead, she hit him with reassurance and held her breath. The flash of light, and the girl crumbled to the ground. Cass had dropped the weapon and was sprinting to her before the woman's hair quit moving. A few others in uniform were right behind her. McKenna stayed back, no matter how much she wanted to go up there. Right now, she'd only be in the way. Damn it, I should have thought about this. Jeff growled as he hit his phone and barked into it. I need medics here, ASAP.
She's alive?
The words were rushed out in the mind space, and McKenna felt her knees wobble. Oh, good. I really didn't want to have gotten someone killed. The rush of relief that filled the mind space didn't help with staying upright, and she didn't know whom it came from, if not everyone. Chaos reigned for a while as people checked over the woman. McKenna never did catch her name. Miguel shrugged it off, though from the pinched look on his face, something else was bugging him.
We don't have time for this. Head over here and we'll go over the last bits.
He guided all of them, Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie groups, to a clear area surrounded by tents, food areas, and people frantically stacking crates.
I wish this damn stadium had a dome that would close.
Miguel muttered as he looked up at the open sky.
Oh well, make do with what you have, I guess.
He didn't seem to be talking to any of them, so McKenna didn't comment. He turned and looked them all over. McKenna tried to imagine what he saw. They must have looked like a motley group. JD and Perce were in their hulking forms. Dark brown fur and beige with dark brown spots. Tony was in her elegant black, the green of her eyes and whiteness of her whiskers creating a stark contrast against her pelt. Herself, with her wheat-colored fur and average build for a Kaylid, was the most unremarkable of them all. Cass, leaning against JD, still pale, but with a stubborn look on her face, made up their group. Everyone else looked professional, ready, and somehow better suited. Raoul stood off to the side, watching all of them with a look on his face she couldn't interpret.
I can't believe I agreed to this. You're not the group that should be doing this.
Miguel spun to face Jeff, the Bravo and Charlie company leads near him.
There has to be another way. I can't take these cowboys into a combat situation. They're going to get everyone killed, and maybe the planet. They don't belong here.
McKenna blinked, and a wordless snarl filled the mind space. She didn't know if it came from her or the others. Deep breath. Losing your temper won't help. Too bad you're stuck with them. They're what you have to work with, so suck it up and deal. Jeff fired back, not even looking at them. McKenna sensed some of the military personnel starting to edge away, as if trying to distance themselves from being associated with the shifters.
Hell, we don't even let women do combat as a regular thing, and you want me to take two pussies into a combat situation and expect them to kill aliens? At the first sign of something going wrong, they'll freak and get all my people killed.
That pussy comment was the last straw for McKenna. She'd done everything possible to try and do the right thing. Figuring out how to even tell people about aliens had been hard. Becoming a warrior and dealing with an AI in her head was something that still freaked her out. But not once. In all of this, the kidnappings, the AI, the aliens, the dragons, the fucking spaceships, had she had a meltdown, lost it, or done anything except everything she could. Chapter 19. Confrontations.
While the U.S. has their garbage trucks picking up bodies, other countries have different options, such as carts in Russia or funeral homes picking them up in Britain. But what is disturbing are the images of China. They are ignoring the dead, and most of them seem to be human. What satellite images there are show people in the streets weeping, pictures of the Elentrin, and dead Chinese. While we can only guess why they were killed, the foundation that is being laid for disease in China is terrifying. Will we survive this invasion only to die from plague?
TNN Invasion Report.
Who the hell do you think you are?
She snarled out the words, twisting them and making them raspy as her anger overrode the control of her tongue in this form. The two men stiffened and looked at her, their eyes widening as she stalked toward them. Her tail slashed the air back and forth as she got up in their faces.
Who are you to judge me and mine? You have no idea what we've been through or done. Do you have any idea what it's like to have an intelligent computer living in your head, telling you that your world is about to be destroyed if you don't stop it?
Her claws slid out, long, sharp, and she ached to show them exactly what she could do.
Trying to figure out how to get someone with power to listen to you? To not get locked up as a crazy when you try to tell them aliens are coming? Can you imagine having your loved ones held as hostage if you don't kill people? Or learning you can turn into a monster that lurks in the shadows of our mythology? Then realizing you can't do anything and stepping back, trying to hope that the information you passed on was enough and that maybe your world won't be destroyed?
Her voice vibrated with rage, and she could feel all her fur standing on end. The people around her had paled, and more than one hand started to drift to their weapons. McKenna didn't care. She had tried to do the right thing at every turn, and this was how they thought of her?
To then find out you need to be in the middle again. That killing people, aliens, seeing friends die, knowing you can't change anything, only to find out you're the bloody chosen one? A chosen one who can only watch her friends put themselves in danger. A chosen one who, if she fails in what some fucking stranger told her to do will be the reason her entire world dies? Who the hell do you think you are to judge me?
Rage had her seeing red, literally. And both men looked at her, their faces pale, eyes wide, and she wanted them to run. Run so she could chase them and tear them to pieces. Attack her so she could slash and rend and show them what she could do in this form. McKenna! Weefor's voice came through, unexpectedly gentle.
What?
She snarled the word out loud, unable to try to speak in the mind space. You need them. They are rude and uncultured, but killing them will start a chain of events that will not end well for your world. You are needed. They are needed.
You are valued. We trust you.
Cass said the words, even as she laid a hand on McKenna's arm, stepping in between her and the two men. McKenna turned her head to look at Cass and realized a lot of people had their weapons drawn and aimed at her.
He's an ass, but we have a job to do. One only we can do.
Cass kept her voice soft and calming, and McKenna pushed back her anger, taking a long, deep breath through her nose. Anger, fear, embarrassment, and panic warred with each other as she tried to stitch her soul back together. If we survive this, I need a long week in a cabin. Just us. No strangers. Just us being animals and humans as we want. Both men had straightened, their faces now flushed where they had been pale. Miss Largo, Jeff started. I must apologize. This behavior was unacceptable and beneath us. He glared around at the personnel with raised weapons. Put those down immediately. Miss Largo had every right to be upset at us, and we deserved the chastisement. Even to her ears, that admission sounded bitter. She just glared out at him from the side of her eyes, still trying to get her temper under control. The admission didn't really change anything. No, this is my fault, Miguel said, rubbing his face, eyes closed. McKenna, Largo, I apologize. I have no excuse for what I said, much less how crudely I stated it. You haven't done anything wrong. You and your people have adapted to everything we have asked. He shrugged, and McKenna was abruptly tired of all of it. She cut off whatever he might have said next. Whatever, it's done. We know the weapons work and should be more of a surprise than our guns. What now? Her people had moved around her in an almost protective manner, but mostly they were there to support her. Miguel took another deep breath, and when his eyes opened, he was all business. McKenna realized she didn't care if she hurt feelings, or anything else. At this point, she wanted it over with. Wanted to save the day, to go home to Charlie and Nam, to see her friends around her laughing. She'd give her own life for that. The one thing we haven't done, and I'd like to have us go through a few times, is traveling by portal. I don't want the first time for us to be walking into a dangerous situation. He cleared his throat, and his gaze fastened on Rawers, who stood right behind McKenna. She hadn't realized he was there, but oddly both JD and Perce flanked her, while Cass stood on JD's left and Tony on Perce's right, leaving Rawers behind her, guarding her back. Odd. They didn't consider Rawers a threat, or they think the military is more of one. That felt unsettling, and she pushed it away. Fixating on stuff now might get them all killed. Rawers, are you willing and can you create a portal from here to, He turned looking. The top of the stadium over there. He pointed to the top of the stadium, where the paths for the nosebleed seats were located, at least 3 times the distance in the hangar. With a tilt of his head, Rawers followed Miguel's finger and focused for a minute. His eyes narrowed, then bobbed his head. Yes. A strange light glowed off to the side of where they were confronting each other, and another way up at the point designated. Faster than she could change her focus from one to the other, they had snapped into existence. These are much faster than how long it took for that one in the clearing to form. I wonder why. Another idea to file in her head, but not the right time to follow up on it. But forgetting might have consequences. We 4? Yes. Can you file all these questions for me and remind me if we live through this and kick the Elentrin's ass? Which questions would those be? McKenna rattled off the various things that had occurred to her, but she didn't want to sidetrack people, or even waste the energy to worry about them now. They have been filed. You will be reminded when there is peace. That might be asking for a bit much. How about when you think it's a good time to bring it up? As you say. Miguel had been staring at the portal back and forth between them. Shook his head, eyes closed. He seemed to be murmuring something to himself, but even if she ramped up her hearing, she could only catch fragmented Mandarin and Spanish in a weird blend that made no sense, even if she felt she should recognize it. Finally, he stopped muttering and looked at the surrounding people.
Everyone who is not in the Alpha, Bravo, or Charlie teams better get back to their damn jobs and quit rubbernecking. We're planning a sneak attack, people, not putting on a sideshow.
His voice boomed in the air, and McKenna was impressed by the volume. All around them, people snapped to attention, then scattered in different directions, though numerous people kept glancing back at them, and she knew they'd be watched, constantly. At this point, that had become almost normal.
Alpha team, you first, civilians included. Walk through and note what it feels like and how you come out. Do this a few times. Then we will run through, our weapons drawn to make sure there aren't any issues with transitions.
Miguel snapped out the orders, not even glancing at her. McKenna bristled a teeny bit at being called a civilian in that tone, but creating more strife wouldn't accomplish anything. The military personnel braced to attention, and with a deep breath, Miguel led the way into the portal, Alpha team following. She looked up at the end point of the portal and watched them come out less than a heartbeat after they disappeared. She glanced at the others, and they nodded back at her. McKenna stepped into the portal and once again felt the world disappear. This time, it seemed less disorienting, though she still felt it tug at her as she moved through it. Coming out the other end, the soldiers gathered around looking at Miguel, their eyes wide and faces flushed. McKenna turned to watch the others as they walked out. Cass had her brows drawn together, fingers twitching as if she typed as she walked out. JD and Perce both looked a bit like they had gotten off a roller coaster, a bit unsteady, but with big grins on their faces. Tony's expression caught her attention, though. Greenish-gray under her red clay skin, and a scowl on her face that would have made both her kids turn tail. "You okay?" McKenna asked, not wanting to call attention to her from the others. "Yes, later." Her response was abrupt, and she looked off in the distance, avoiding McKenna's glance.
That was different,
Miguel remarked, his voice calm, but McKenna could smell his sweat.
Rowers, can you still hear me?
Rowers had not followed them through, and McKenna peered back down at the playing field where the other end of the portal hung. "Yes, Chief Miguel." Rowers' calm voice filled her earpiece.
Good to know. Going through the portal doesn't kill tech. That would have made this difficult. Next question. Can people go both ways through the portal at the same time?
"Yes, though as you will technically be in two different space-time tunnels, neither person will see or be aware of the other person. I can provide the math if you would like." His voice never faltered, and McKenna wondered how much he even understood humans. He looked so human, but his reactions didn't match exactly.
No thanks. Alpha team, head back. Bravo, come through. Let's see how this works.
The men nodded and turned and headed back through. Watching them felt odd as they stepped in and disappeared. Just as the last one entered, someone stepped out of the portal. It felt like they'd exchanged places with the other person.
Well, good.
Miguel gave a smile as he looked at everyone. He almost looked gleeful, and McKenna got a bad feeling in the base of her stomach.
Now we can practice our formations. All groups form up in your designated orders and practice going in the portal and coming out, paying attention to what's going on around you. I want to see you moving through without issues.
They spent the next hour getting their grouping down. By the time they were done, it was automatic for all of them. McKenna responded automatically as Alpha 2A and didn't think about it. They came out for the last time on the playing field, and Miguel called a halt and motioned for all the groups to converge on him.
You guys did good. Now I want everyone to eat.
He cast an eye at the shifters. Even after all the time working together, she could still sense a slight wariness from him. But she didn't care.
If I understand correctly, you guys should really bulk up on food. It's not something I normally suggest, but... He shrugged and let it drop. Everyone else, eat and hit the racks set up for us. We have 2 hours and then we go. Part of me wants to go now, but food and 2 hours rest might make the difference. And from the last bit of information I received, it looks like they're waiting for something. So be it. Dismissed. People fell out, heading towards the food tent and a large tent that you could see cots in through the open flaps. Food does sound good, Tony murmured. McKenna nodded, and as a group, with rowers tagging along behind them, they headed to the temporary mess hall. None of them spoke much as they got trays of food, overloaded with stuff McKenna figured would be edible, if nothing else. They sat there eating with steady seriousness. Cass ate the least, as she hadn't changed much lately.
This does not taste as good as the food I ate with you previously, Rowers commented, poking at a mac and cheese pile on his plate. JD laughed. This food is produced in large quantities. It isn't great, but it isn't horrible either. There is that much variation in your foods? Rowers seemed surprised. Sure, Perce said after a hasty swallow. You could probably be here 100 years and still not taste all the variations of food. Rowers scanned their faces as if looking for a joke, but they all nodded seriously as they finished up eating. In unspoken consent, they all headed to the cots and laid down, not expecting to sleep, but rest would be good.
All right, everyone, up, it's time to go.
Miguel's voice intruded, and McKenna realized she had fallen asleep. We four?
It was helpful for all of you to get what rest you could. Your stress levels are elevated, and there was no harm in helping you sleep.
McKenna wanted to snap out, but the AI was right. She felt a bit calmer and less tense for the short nap. 15 minutes later, suited up and armed, they stood in the middle of the stadium, with half the people spread out watching them.
Showtime. Rowers, open the door.
Miguel's voice came through their comms, and a silver portal to a spaceship appeared in the middle of the field. Here goes everything. Chapter 20. Cloth of Humanity.
Reports from other areas of the world only highlight that Earth doesn't know how to handle this type of invasion. With attackers dropping in from the sky, there are no borders to defend, no grouping of troops. Small countries like France, Poland, and Argentina are suffering with this strategy. The best we can do right now is hope the attrition of everyone protecting themselves encourages these invaders to flee sooner rather than later.
TNN News. He spent the next 2 days working to connect with his contacts, and to his delight, they were as desperate for information about what was going on as he was. But the true joy was a phone call from a captain in the army he'd bought a few drinks for, back when this whole shifter thing had started. The man had gotten drunker and drunker that night, while Raymond sipped on a gin and tonic, minus the gin. By the end, he'd taken the man home, exchanging information and copying his military ID. Not that Captain Walter Higson had noticed that, but he had done a few favors for the man, like making the drunken disorderly charge disappear. Simple enough to do, and it gained the man's loyalty. Kennedy, I thought you might like to know this. Higson's voice sounded hushed, and in the background, Raymond could make out lots of chatter and moving boots. Walter, I assume you are staying safe? That's the most important thing. Being nice to people made them think that you cared. That always amazed him.
Yeah, they've kept me away from all the good stuff. I haven't even been able to kill any of these vile invaders.
The man all but spat out the words. Yes. Interesting how they look just like the infected people here on Earth. Makes me wonder what else might have changed besides their appearance. There was a pause, then the other man spoke slowly. Like, what? Oh, just maybe they don't think the same anymore? I mean, we all know a big cat or bear would eat a human. Maybe they might start looking at us as food. Maybe kids might not seem so special to them. I can't imagine they'd still think the same, would you? Huh. You might have a point. Another pause. But that kind of leads into why I called you. The other day they called us all in. Gave us this song and dance. They have a bunch of them here, including one that looks like some big lizard out of a movie. They say they can attack the ships and get people out. Apparently, people bought it because some demo at one of the hangars. I got sidetracked into doing stuff, but people just said it was the most effective demonstration they'd ever seen. So they're starting up this big rescue. But the people leading it are shifters. That famous cop is one of them. Her? Again? Damn it. He started to say more, but managed to rein himself in. Go on. Well, I was thinking, what if that isn't what they really want to do? I'm not good enough to be on any of the teams, but they're treating these shifters differently. So they've got us all here at the stadium, and I mean tons of military personnel. They have all these tents set up to handle a huge influx of people. There's a huge shouting match one of the females had with one of the team leads. That lead woman, the cougar one, laid into him. I couldn't see what he said, but you know damn well if any human had done that, they would have run laps for a week. Instead, he backed down. I think he fucking apologized. What is this world coming to, that a man like that apologized to a damn woman? You mean an animal, don't you? Raymond said mildly, his tone coaxing. It sounds like she lost control. That is just what an animal does. No logic, just blind instinct. Hell, probably worse than that. I've had good hunting dogs, but you get upset and they can be dangerous. Maybe I'm glad I ain't going on their big spaceship rescue. But I did hear something worrisome, a whisper, not a fact. His voice had dropped, and Raymond closed his eyes to focus on the voice. Oh? What would that be? Well, they mentioned something about asteroids, and them being lobbed at Earth. Now, I've seen some disaster movies, and it doesn't sound like it would turn out well for us, no matter where it hits. I kind of hope they stop it, but I wouldn't mind if most of them died as glorious heroes. Raymond narrowed his eyes and thought, then shrugged. If that happened, he couldn't do anything to stop it. But he could make sure the survivors came home to a world that didn't want them anymore. That wouldn't be a bad option. I'll remember this bit of information, Higson, but keep your head down. Our country needs men like you. And don't be afraid to let me know if anything else strange is going on. Will do. And damn right the country needs people like both of us, ready to stand up for what we know is right. Raymond smirked as he hung up. Then his smile faded, and he leaned back in his office chair, thinking carefully. While this might start a small bit of dissent in the military, he would need a lot of dissent at all levels. That meant getting politicians and the medical establishment on his side, playing off their fears about the ability to change. He'd done a little back at the emergence of the shifters, but more really to test the waters. And he'd seen then things were tilting too much to the very cool attitude. But now, with hundreds of thousands dead, he could make it seem like they were at the root cause of all of this. Emails were required, multiple emails that he needed to tweak and send correctly to various people and countries. If he included only the U.S., it would be too off balance. He had contacts in the countries that mattered, people who would see what he was doing and support it. China no longer mattered, though whipping up hate for the shifters there would be easy, and a good thing to do as soon as the invaders moved on. China would never be a home for shifters again. Smirking, he pulled up email and started to craft messages to people who could control the leaders of the world with subtle whispers. As he crafted his messages, he saw a ping on several systems. Frowning, he opened and followed the alert threads. Annoyance wormed through him as he realized someone had been checking up on him, and it was way too specific. Keeping his house silent except the click of his keys on the keyboard, Raymond backtracked the research. He paid a very exclusive agency to be aware of anything that involved him, and this had all the hallmarks of an investigation. One that might end his career. A name appeared. Sarah Baraki. The name struck a bell, but not enough that he could pin it down. So he kept digging, and authorized the agency to research this person and why they were interested in him. It amazed him how many things kept running during the wake of an alien invasion. The name finally popped up as a key member of an internal ethics board. Well, that won't work. I'll need to make sure she, and anyone else involved, can't cause any more problems. Another few minutes of digging pulled up her wife, a lieutenant in the police department. Having the police involved added a layer of complication to the investigation. He'd wait another few days before putting some money and the information into a drop account. There were a few morally ambiguous people that didn't mind doing dirty work for him, and they were easier to control than the military. The military involved much more work, and given the lack of success in the previous endeavor, it probably hadn't been worth it. But for now, the invasion was still going strong, and this gave him precious time. While all the focus was on the idiots running around, he could get people looking at things the right way. Raymond smirked as he typed. This is where his true skill set shined. Being able to convince people of what to believe when they didn't know it themselves. This just proves that true humans are the future. We are the strength. If those unfortunates can't push off the animal shackles, they should be treated like livestock or enemies. He sneered. The animal form was nothing to be proud of. It was something to hide in the back of your closet and never pay attention to, and hope it would never be mentioned in polite company. But that being said, he needed to make sure that moods changed, and to place the blame on those really at fault, the diseased humans. A few carefully worded emails to the people who drove policy in the government would start it. It took him an hour to point out that while people with AIDS were protected, it didn't mean they should be free to work in environments where they might bleed on others. There was now proof that the animal nature would come out, and you don't want unreliable people in important positions. He just dropped hints and asked questions, leading them to the idea. Right now, though, time would be his enemy and his friend. There were no meetings, and everyone was craving information, and the storm on social media made him smile. Logging in with a few of his anonymous accounts he had purposefully set up to create viral comments and pointing the blame. Then he responded with his other accounts to fan the fire. It took 2 hours before the first one went viral, and he had to restrain himself from whooping in excitement. Step 1 done. He'd have to keep feeding and fanning it over the next week, but by the time the aliens were chased away, the mood of the U.S., if not the world, may have shifted. That meant he needed to focus on the other groups, older and in many ways more powerful people. People liked to laugh, but AARP had more power than most groups did. The truism was, if you weren't a member yet, you would be. Taking a break, he moved farther into the house, looking for where he had the most barriers between him and any outside wall. Phone in hand, he ended up in the hall half-bath. With the door shut, he sat on the toilet and dialed. It rang 3 times before it was answered.
There isn't enough going on for you that you think calling me right now is a good thing?
Willard, I know you're loving all this, and since last time I checked, you aren't a filthy shifter. I suspect you're fine. Raymond's voice mocked the man on the other end, but Willard just laughed.
Yes, I am, though my wife is having panic attacks, peeking out of blinds and rationing food. Luckily, we had just gone on a grocery run for a huge party that we were scheduled to have. That means we have food for quite a while. None of that explains why you want to talk to me.
Raymond leaned back and looked at the exquisite wallpaper in the bathroom. which matched exactly with everything else and provided no warmth or personality at all. Personally, he always thought government buildings had the best bathrooms. Direct, to the point, no wasted fancy crap you didn't need. Too bad people expected things. Has it occurred to you how the appearance of these shifters has ruined everything? Their animal-like skills, the aliens, the fact that it's even referred to as harvesting means they really are livestock. How do we know the long-term effects won't make them dangerous? I mean, we protect pets, but are we sure they won't become the dangerous animals they can turn into? He said it all in a worried tone of voice. While the odds of Willard being taken in by that were all but non-existent, it was good practice. A long silence, then a low sigh. I see. Messages about protecting and making sure they don't get harmed, sowing distrust, that they really are who they say they are, long-term damage, isolation, pointing out the aliens, regard them as animals but not us. There might be something to that thought. Exactly. A few words with your brethren preachers, and I'm sure we could start a ripple. Especially if we point out you can't look at one of them and know if they're human or alien. Doesn't that imply that maybe they are no longer from this planet? That has possibilities, especially if it would get their skills at sensing things redefined. Maybe it could even be pointed out that a dog can't hold grudges or purposefully interpret something wrong. I take it you want me to hammer home on this? Church has been canceled. There was a bit of bait there in the question. Raymond sighed and took it. You know this will benefit you and our country in the long run. What do you want? You may still believe that my country drivel, but I left that belief for money a long time ago. Get those damn cops discredited. If I can't get those drug cases thrown out, it will be a while before they can get any more evidence that might point towards me. They found you? Raymond didn't bother to try and hide his surprise. Not yet. The distraction of all this and the little visit to South America helped, but they got the pet cop of one of my distributors. He spoke to me once, but doesn't know anything about me, so... Willard sighed. They might eventually trace it back to me, but they'd have a hell of a time proving it. My records are damn near bulletproof, but... Willard trailed off, and Raymond let him think. College years spent with Willard proved the man could make anyone believe anything. It was one of the reasons he'd kept in touch with him. False gods, mixed with animals, mixed with the temptation to see ourselves in the beast, and I know a few of the more rabid preachers I can send a carefully worded newsletter. So again, why should I? Oh, quit playing games, Willard. What do you want? No, this time I want you to explain what you hope to achieve first. Willard sounded more curious than anything, and Raymond sat there, trying to decide how much to tell him. Thoughts raced through Raymond's mind as he sat there. He didn't really trust Willard. But then again, nothing that he was going to ask Willard to do was illegal. Unethical, maybe. Depended on who won at the end of this war, but not illegal. The man had no conscience and sold drugs. There was little Raymond could say that would put him at risk of anything Willard might decide to do. Fine. I believe this infestation of shifters, or Kaylid as the invaders call them, could mean the destruction of our world as we know it. The only way to keep humans safe is to minimize their impact on our society. Already, they're changing how we think, how we view things. And now, these aliens are coming to collect them, like the animals I suspect they are. What if we allow these protections to remain, and people start to devolve into animals? Then where will we be? We need to change the perception of them now. Not with fear-mongering, but making people look at what's going on in the world right now. If we don't do something, they will take over our world and we may become the pets. As he spoke, he became more fervent, until by the end his voice had obtained the power of belief in it. You keep that up and I'll start worrying about you as competition. Okay, I can do this. I have a lot to gain if they're regulated back to animals. They're too powerful to be members of society. I'll work on the animal aspect and the fears, pointing out it's only been 3 months since all this happened, and maybe we moved too fast to protect them. Instead, maybe we should have quarantined them.
There have been enough rabid animal attacks to justify that. I'd advise you take the second route, pointing out that their power and their healing capabilities, how is it fair for pure humans to compete against them, etc. And I assume you need this. ASAP?
Raymond smiled, but there was no one there to see the grin of triumph.
I think we'll win the war, either because they'll leave, hopefully with full ships of shifters, or we'll make it a war of attrition. The U.S. is good at that. But we might only have a week or two, meaning we need to hit while everyone is hiding in their homes, scared and worried. My show is still going to be taped, just with no audience. I think I can swing a special because of the alien threat. I'll lay it on heavy and send it out tonight. You caught me as I was leaving. I'll drop some carefully worded emails to a few of the more radical preachers I know around the globe. But historically, campaigns like this took months, if not years, to be truly effective.
Yes, but in the past, we didn't have social media. Make it so you go viral, and I'll do the same. We can sweep the world with rage and fear and give them a valid target. Make it so shifters will be begging for these aliens to collect them. Raymond knew he sounded smug. He was. He could do this, and make sure no one ever looked at him or thought he might be one of these filthy animals. Maybe these Elentrin could take them all, ship them away from this planet and humans.
You'll owe me, and I'm going to call it in, but for now, I'll do it. This gives me some new fodder. I was running out anyhow, but that means I'm hanging up as I need to start writing.
With that, he disconnected. Raymond smiled a bit wider, putting his phone away and left the bathroom, headed back to his computer and plans. He needed to get the various platforms all trending, and he knew exactly how to do that. It didn't take long to get some pictures from what was going on around the world. At first glance, many of the invaders looked like Earth shifters. He hit the jackpot when he found a cat-like invader killing a struggling woman with its claws. 2 hours of searching got him a wealth of pictures that could be twisted multiple ways. He began posting in various places, never saying anything specifically, but rousing hearts and emotions. The last thing he wanted anyone to do was think. Chapter 21. Alien Ships.
Satellite telemetry, along with thousands of amateur telescopes, have picked up lots of activity from shuttles in near space. There seems to be more and more junk cluttering up the orbit around Earth. No one knows why the Elentrin are doing this, but given all of their actions until now, it won't be anything beneficial for Earth. The White House has had no comment about anything lately. What few officials are still in Washington have refused to talk to any press.
TNN Invasion News. McKenna watched Miguel, Perse, Rowers, and Alpha 2B start through the portal. She searched around for Cass, even as she moved towards that silver swirl. Cass stood over with Bravo Group. She waved at McKenna when she saw her looking.
I'll be fine. Go.
Cass's reassurance washed through her as McKenna walked towards the portal Rowers had just disappeared into. She inhaled, brought the Elentrin weapon up, and followed Alpha 2B through it. The weirdness barely registered anymore. She just came out on the other side. Inside an alien ship. She didn't stumble or pause, though she really wanted to. The walls were an odd mustard brown. Subconsciously, she realized she had expected gray. The others were at the end of a corridor, and she kept up a steady pace to stay in line with everyone.
Per the data provided by Perse, Miguel said, the closest storage chamber should be to the right.
They'd all agreed trying to use Mr. and Miss in this endeavor would prove stupid.
Assuming we're where I think we are, this says we're on level 5 on the trans side.
Perse nodded at some notations on the wall. As she looked at it, the words made sense to her, backing up what Perse had said.
We should be able to get there quickly and eliminate anyone in that room.
I'm on a ship from another world, and the only thing we can think to do is kill.
I hate this, but I'll do anything to stop them from destroying my world.
Then let's go. The other group is waiting for our signal. We need to clear the way there and then secure the room before Bravo comes in. Rowers, can you close and reopen later? I'd rather no one stumbles across that portal. Alarms would go off for sure.
They all nodded, and McKenna reminded herself to breathe. The light behind her vanished, and she glanced back to see a hallway bending around the corner. The middle of her back itched as if there was a target on it. Weapons up, they headed down the hallway, moving as quietly as they could. Suddenly, Perce raised his hand, fist clenched. McKenna halted immediately. "Incoming," his voice said, though he didn't speak on the comms. He held up 3 fingers and pointed to the right side. Miguel nodded and crouched. A lantern weapon pointed at the intersection in front of them. Everyone else arranged themselves to provide clear shots without risking hitting team members. Alpha 3B, Tony, 4B, JD, and 5B all turned to cover behind them. The possibility of people coming up from behind them was all too real. Voices came from down the corridor, underscored by rapid steps. Even as they came closer, she translated the words. They were talking about the number of Kaylid captured, and the estimated number the incoming ship could grab before they destroyed the planet. Anger built in her, and she knew before she saw them that the people approaching were Elentrin, not Kaylid. Something about the tone of voice gave her the clue, and she couldn't help but feel relieved that first enemy they came across would not be other shifters. Colors came around the corner. At least, that was what she saw first. A blue so bright it made the brightest summer day seem pale and bland, was mixed with a shade of orange that brought to mind subtle spices, strong yet barely there. They froze as they saw the gathered team, eyes wide and mouths going slack. "Fire!" Miguel's voice sounded in her ear, and Perce reacted before anyone else. There was a flash of light, even as Miguel copied him with his own weapon flashing, the sound low and quiet, but she could hear it. Before she finished processing the light, both figures had crumpled to the ground. They held still, breaths caught in their lungs as they waited, their ears straining for any sound. "We're good. Move out. 5B, take care of them," Miguel ordered, as they continued in the direction Perce indicated. McKenna followed, but frowned. Something about Miguel's last words tripping an internal sensor. As they moved through the ship, McKenna glanced back once and saw 5B bending over the 2 crumpled figures. As he stood back up, she saw liquid pooling around their necks. Shock slapped through her as she realized what they had done. It made her feet leaden, and she stumbled a bit, bumping into 2B. The man glanced back at her, and she shook her head silently, even as she dealt with the knowledge that they had slit the throats of the 2 defenseless Elentrin. They just killed them. No hesitation, they just slit their throats. The thought pounded in her head, as everything she'd been trained to do as a cop rebelled. Even in the week of fighting, they'd never killed anyone laying on the ground. It was always Kaylid carrying shifters away or them shooting at them, but flat-out murder? No. What are they supposed to do? Leave them alive? We know this stun doesn't last forever. Leaving living enemies behind us that we know we don't belong here, we'd get everyone killed. That would be worse. They're doing what they need to. Nothing felt right, but she couldn't think of any other answers. McKenna pushed it down and focused on their mission. Get their people home and make the Elentrin go away, which meant killing a lot of them. Wrestling with the conflict in her own thoughts kept her slightly distracted and moving on automatic as they went through the ship's interior. She paused when told to, and 2 more were shot, bodies limp, piles on the off-brown floor. These were Kaylid. 4B, 5B, handle those. Perce, you said the next right? Miguel said, his voice very quiet. They had tried to convince him that the Kaylid could hear everything. Yes, Perce said just as quietly. They'd been lucky so far. The doors were almost invisible in the mustard brown walls, except for a small plaque. It translated as she focused on it. Canister Control Room 3. Good. Maybe we can start changing the balance to rescuing people. Not sure if she wanted to know, she looked backwards anyway, and almost gasped in surprise. Both of the men had a Kaylid slung over their shoulders, the furry bodies looking boneless as they hung there. He is trying to save them. She closed her eyes for a moment, fighting to get her head back in the game. I've never been so glad I never went into the military. I don't think I could have handled the mindset flipping between killing and saving.
So how do we open it?
Miguel asked, his voice sounding horribly loud, as addition of the comms caused her to hear it in stereo. I really prefer the talking via speech, she muttered in the mind space. Agreed. The fervent responses came back, making her smile. I'll open it. Tony's voice stayed quiet and low as she moved up the column and stopped at the door, just behind Miguel. As soon as I enter the credentials, the door will slide open. Be ready. The men at the front tensed their weapons up and ready. Tony pressed on what McKenna had thought was a decorative icon, and a panel slid open below. It showed a circle of odd symbols that McKenna realized were a mix of numbers and letters in the Elentrin language. Tony tapped on them, her fingers dancing over the keys. A soft beep responded, and the door slid open. Even as the opening appeared, Tony slipped back into her place, clearing fields of fire for Perce, Miguel, and 2B. Voices came from the room, tones of confusion and alarm. The three men moved into the opening, and weird pulses of light told her they fired, though she couldn't see anything.
Clear,
Miguel whispered through the comms.
Get in here and get that door closed behind us.
McKenna moved in, following rowers, even as she heard the others behind them. The noise of the ship didn't seem that loud before, but as she stepped into the room, the sound increased. The soft swish of the door behind her amplified it in the sealed room. As much as she wanted to look around, the bodies caught her attention first. 5 of them. All Kaylid, with strange white jumpsuits on. It was the first even remotely uniform-like thing she'd seen. But as she focused, she could hear them breathing and their hearts beating steadily. Something that had been winding tighter relaxed. At least they might make it out of here without killing everyone. You're being stupid. This is a war. Death is expected, and they have no issue with killing us. We shouldn't feel guilty about killing them. Ugh! Stupid conflicting ethics. Much easier when people are trying to kill you or others. You don't have time to consider anything. She stomped down on the thoughts. They were not productive right now, and indulging in them would cost everyone.
Gather them up and get them all in a corner out of the way. We don't want to be tripping over them.
This time, Miguel Zen just spoke out loud. 4B and 5B laid out the 2 bodies they'd already collected. They gathered the others and put them more or less in a small pile in the corner of the room that didn't seem to have anything they might need.
Any way to secure that door? Stop anyone else from opening it?
Chief Zen asked Tony. With a tilt of her head, Tony turned to look at the door. Her lips pursed and eyes narrowed. Maybe? Give me a minute. I still don't know what's in my brain and what isn't. She walked over and touched the same icon on this side of the wall. Another control panel appeared. Tony touched icons slowly, then more rapidly.
Good. While she works on that, rowers, can you get the portal open and get Bravo Group up here?
Rowers did a side head tilt. But this time, instead of just a silver circle just appearing, he closed his eyes, face scrunched up like he concentrated. Miguel and McKenna watched him, but she noted everyone else looking around. After 3 heartbeats, she gave in and looked around the room. It resembled the descriptions Cass had given them. Very white. The mustard brown of the outer halls would almost be welcome here. Their skin and fur colors seemed so intense compared to all the white. A large viewing window looked out into something, but the blinking boards and displays on the desk-like counters caught her attention first. especially the rapidly flashing red ones. Do we need to worry about those red flashing lights? Her voice was low, but she could feel their time slipping away. Probably, but without Cass, I wouldn't risk it. JD's voice seemed calm, but when she glanced at him, he stood in a wide-legged stance, the strange weapons tight in his grip. He kept looking around, never stopping. If he'd had a long tail in that form, she thought it would be whipping around worse than her own, which she couldn't seem to keep still. She had learned that a cat's tail responds to your emotions, not your mind. Portal forming, Rowers said quietly, and she turned back to look at him. Miguel breathed out what she would have sworn was a sigh of relief.
Zimmer, you hear me?
He asked as soon as the circle quit growing and remained steady.
Loud and clear, Chief.
Elaine's voice came through the comms with little, if any, distortion.
Come on through. We've got work for your charge.
He glanced around as he talked, eyes locking onto the big window.
Roger, coming through now.
Elaine responded, and the comm clicked off. So, if we control it from here, where do the Kaylid get released? Zen asked slowly, even as Tony spoke. Got it. Change the code to get in. Wait, what? Tony turned to stare at him, and then at the huge window, as did McKenna. With her stomach clenching tight, McKenna stepped forward and looked out the huge window. It overlooked a huge warehouse bay, like standing at the top of a ship's hold and looking down, stretching out farther than she could see. Up close, a bunch of canisters hung in front of her, and she could see Kaylid hanging there, limp and lifeless. But at the top of the container, a green light shone. I really hope that means they're alive and just asleep or in stasis. The room they stood in was isolated. There was no way to get any of the people in those containers into there from here. So where would they be released?
So where do they get out at?
Miguel asked. He had moved forward to look out the window with McKenna.
At the station down there at the bottom. There should be 2 to 3 Kaylid there to get them out, provide basic treatment, and hand them their orders,
Cass said as she walked out.
Fuck!
Miguel swore harshly.
And there are how many of these storage things?
10 on this ship.
Perce responded almost instantly.
Each one with a capacity of 100,000 beings.
Miguel glanced at him and shook his head.
I hate rushed missions. Things get overlooked and assumed.
She glanced back at the Bravo team that had completely arrived. Cass had moved over to the computers that were flashing lights and started to tap on the display systems.
Okay, all the information I have is working. I can order them decanted and inject the drugs in their system before they're released from the jars. Now, from what the information in here says, the drugs should keep them down for about 36 of our hours. After that, they'll need water, food, and tending, which I'm assuming means waste disposal, urine, etc.
Cass spoke, but didn't look at anyone, focused on the boards. Miguel stared out the window, looking down at the far corner where McKenna could see a receiving bay for the canisters. They seemed to be sucked in via another tube she couldn't see.
Now, how long does that process take?
Miguel asked, his voice distant.
The room can handle up to 4 at a time, and from injection to decant, it takes about 3 minutes.
Cass hummed a bit, still tapping on icons.
I think I can drop it to a minute as we don't want them fully aware, but no, this is me guessing a lot.
Miguel swore again softly. He glanced back at the open portal, then at the room down below.
This will take days. Even at a minute each, if these holds are full and there are 10, that is 1 million beings. It will take us weeks.
A hush filled the room as that sank in, and McKenna wanted to scream. Cass spoke up.
The ship is about 75% full. They're stuck with the same constraints we are. From what I can tell, they have a pile of shifters sedated and waiting to be put in these things.
Her voice dripped with distaste as she said that.
And as fast as they've been moving, they still have lots of room. But they have multiple rooms and ships. We know how many they came with. Figure some have been killed. Each of these control rooms can control 2 storage units.
She hit a button, and the other wall, the one that had been solid, went clear and displayed a unit that was about half full.
They've been loading up for a week, but we can unload faster than they can load.
Cass chewed on her lip as she tapped.
At a rate of 4 per minute, if we do all 10 rooms with someone in each control room, it will take...
She paused, and her shoulders sagged.
About 6 days.
Miguel fell silent, and McKenna felt herself tense, as if waiting for an explosion. Instead, he leaned against the wall, eyes closed.
Rowers, I assume people won't float through your portals. They have to move through themselves?
The Drakyn blinked. His mouth opened, then closed. I do not know. I am unaware of any tests regarding that functionality.
First, let's test that ASAP. That will affect a lot of plans.
Everyone looked around, but the room didn't really seem to have a lot of loose objects.
Use one of the Kaylid laying there?
Perce suggested. McKenna shot a look at him, but he just shrugged.
Worst case, they lay there on the swirly portal floor.
Okay, he has a point. Damn it, why can't I just not care?
4B, try it.
Miguel hit the comm.
Charlie, we're running a test. Be ready to receive a body.
The soldier picked up the body and laid it on the portal floor. McKenna watched it, curious. It lay there, and Miguel sighed. But before he could say anything, Rowers spoke. Let me try something. He started muttering scientific-sounding stuff in the mind space about feedback, quark rotation, shifting electrons, and other mumbo-jumbo. While she understood the words, she had no frame of reference for what they meant, though Cass listened intently, nodding a bit. It felt like he didn't realize he was broadcasting as the flow of words was almost faint in the mind space, something she'd never experienced before. That should work. Even as he said the words, the body was pulled into the tunnel and disappeared. Shocked, McKenna looked first at the tunnel, then the dragon. Damn, every time I start to feel comfortable with him, he gets scary again.
Charlie, you get the body? What shape is it in?
The words came back through the comm.
Unconscious, but fine. Medics say steady heartbeat, no marks. I assume this is the work of the stun guns? I refuse to call them that, but yes.
Miguel looked at the portal thoughtfully.
That might save us some time getting them out.
If I understand your plan, Chief. Rowers started, and McKenna turned to look at him, but she sensed what he was going to say. You wish to have a portal opened in the room for them to throw the bodies in to process as fast as possible.
Yes, that was what I thought.
Miguel looked at him warily, and McKenna closed her eyes. Some vague lessons learned on the ship filtering in. Then, while it is a good one, there is an issue. I can only open one portal at a time. His words fell into the room, like bricks into a still pond. Shit, Miguel said softly.
Okay, let me think for a minute.
McKenna found herself stepping towards the portal and noticed Tony drifting over too. You feel it too? McKenna kept the line tight, but she saw Rowers raise his head, even as his clawed fingers beat out a pattern on his biceps. Yeah, like I should be able to understand it, control it. It pulls to me, Tony admitted, though she kept moving her eyes from the portal to the door to Rowers in a constantly changing pattern. Do you think we could? Learn, I mean. Tony shrugged,
but turned to look at Rowers. Can we use these? Create them? Do what you do? Everyone in the room stopped to look at her. Then their attention snapped to Rowers.
Could you teach them? Teach anyone?
Miguel demanded. And McKenna noted the other 3 shifters all staring at him with rapt attention. In theory, I may be able to. Joni, for certain. McKenna, probably. He lifted a hand before any of them could react. But it would take months, if not years, to teach them to even open a pinprick one, much less something of this scale. So for your current purposes, the answer would be no. Miguel scrubbed his face with his hands, and McKenna felt sympathy for the man, even if he was an ass.
Well then, folks, we're going with Plan C. We're taking over the ship.
Chapter 22. No plan survives.
Canada has offered to help the United States. They have taken over shipping food to depots in the northern states. The shuttle attacks in Canada have been minimal. The common opinion that with most of their population so spread out, it isn't worth the effort. The food has been met with relief in some of the states, especially with deliveries so sporadic. But this is a stopgap measure, while food is still being harvested. Unless the factories that process it up start up soon, most of it will rot. The next few years might be very lean.
TNN Invasion News. She must have heard wrong. There was no way he could have just said that. Could he? I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? How her voice came out calm and clear, she had no idea. They didn't know how to fly a ship. Before she could get too far down a path of trying to figure out how to fix it, Miguel spoke again.
This is a twofold plan. We're going to get as many people out of here as we can, but we may not have time to do it, especially if that other ship shows up. Plus, there's the risk that if they find us on the ship, they may give the order to destroy the planet and give us no choice. We need to take over the ship, get all the shuttles in, and then use them to free people if necessary. Worst case, I'll get fighter pilots or, video game junkies up here and we'll do kamikaze runs. But we aren't giving up that many of our people, nor are we going to let them destroy our planet.
Kamikaze? Rowers said a bit haltingly. McKenna could almost see him running through what they had watched gleaned from Earth's internet. Sacrifice yourself to slam your ship into another ship, she provided quietly. His head jerked up, and he looked at her with wide eyes.
Rowers, I'm making the assumption that there won't be any more of your people coming to help,
Miguel said as he glanced at the alien in their midst.
I was the volunteer. The sacrifice, if you wish. There are many on my world who do not believe this will work. I had a belief in you and Ash, so I said I would come.
Miguel sighed.
Swear. Why does America always get allies that want proof first? Fine. Elaine, get Cass to teach you what you need, then leave 2 people up here. Tony, show them how to lock the door when we leave. We're taking 2 groups out to secure 2 revival rooms.
He pinned Cass with a hard stare.
I assume you can tell which ones were recently put in storage versus those that have been there a while?
Cass hit a bunch of icons. Then a smile bloomed over her face.
Yes, both of these chambers were mostly empty when they started, so the majority should be from Earth.
Good. We'll see how physically far apart they are. Anyone speak either Mandarin or Cantonese?
Everyone signaled no.
Frack. This is going to make this very difficult. The significant majority should be from China.
You said the comms work through the tunnels? Tony said, her voice flat.
Yes, you saw.
Miguel answered with a distracted tone. What about phones? Tony pressed her body tight against the wall.
Let me check.
He pulled it out and called a number. A minute later, he closed it.
Yes, called my house. Answering machine answered.
You have an answering machine? Perce blurted, then turned away, as if embarrassed he'd said anything.
Is that so important now?
Perce shook his head at the demand, so Miguel turned his attention back to Tony.
So why does that matter?
Call our kids. They got loaded with Mandarin, Arabic, French, and one or two others. They can talk to people via the phones. You can do the other things with other translators. Miguel tilted his head, then nodded.
Good idea. Elaine, can you arrange that? Get Charlie team coming through with a bunch of spare phones. We can pass out numbers over the comms when you get them.
Kids, did you get that? We'll need you to translate. Tell people it's okay, that we're rescuing them. I hate to ask, but I know you can do this. Tony's voice held an odd mixture of emotions that McKenna didn't even try to decipher. Dealing with her own was hard enough. But via phones, Charlie and the others should still be safe in the hotel, where there was no reason for them to move.
Yes, we'll help. Telling Karina now. She'll spread the word.
Jessie all but bubbled with enthusiasm, and they could feel the same from the other two. That McKenna understood. Doing nothing had to be the hardest thing ever. Tony nodded at Miguel, who had been talking rapidly with Elaine Zimmer. 2 people were assigned to Cass, and she repeated stuff and pointed things out. All in all, they stood there another 5 stress-filled minutes, listening to the occasional steps outside the hall. They're going to sound the alarm soon. Those bodies weren't hidden. 4B's mutter didn't help. Maybe not. McKenna jumped. We 4 had been so silent lately that her words surprised her. Why do you say that? She could feel all the speech users listening intently.
The information that exists in my database about Elentrin culture suggests that, though rarer, assassination is not unknown for promotion opportunities, and flesh wounds from knives are the most frequent means. Using any other weapons is considered gauche.
McKenna relayed that information, and Miguel snorted, as did half the other soldiers in the room.
I'll use their stupidity to my advantage any day, but we can't expect our luck to last. Elaine, you ready?
As they waited, the other Kaylid had been transported down to Earth, too. But if McKenna had to guess, it took more effort than normal from Rawers. But she didn't know enough to pry right now. Yes, Charlie 2B and 3B are staying here. They'll stay in touch via comms. Though, you do realize no one has tested if those will work once we're on the other side of the ship? Elaine managed to state the concern without sounding challenging. I'll have to ask her how she did that later. I can never pull that off.
I know. I'm hopeful this tech has worked so far, but worst case, pay attention to the windows. You know, hand signs. Use them.
Elaine grunted out something that might have been a laugh. Why do I think I should ask if you have semaphore flags tucked somewhere on your person? He cast her an arch look, then turned to Tony.
They know how to lock it?
Yes.
Then let's go. We need to get to those 2 rooms. Pull in Charlie team and secure them. Then we have a ship to take over.
Miguel's teeth flashed yellow under the lights, and McKenna shivered. No one should sound that gleeful about taking over a ship.
Are you kidding? This is the sort of thing men like him dream about. Not having to worry about government sanctions, Congress second-guessing him, nothing. He gets to play pirate full approval of Earth.
JD chuckled in the mindscape, even as he turned and faced the door where everyone else had lined up.
Open it,
Miguel whispered. A few taps from Tony, and the doors whispered back open. With a smooth movement, she slipped back into her place in the lineup. Miguel nodded at everyone, and they set out at a quick jog. They moved through the almost silent halls, but now time was at a premium. When Perce signaled someone coming, he just nodded and picked up his pace, his weapon at the ready. They hit an intersection, and 3 groups were headed towards them. A solo Elentrin, a group of 2 Kaylid, and another group of 3 Kaylid running up the hall. Miguel didn't hesitate firing at the Elentrin first. The being collapsed, but before it hit the ground, he had already sighted his next target. The Kaylid reacted, but Perce had fired once, and 2B had fired at the solo Kaylid, which left one more who had hit a button on the wall. It was subtle, and barely there, but already a pale blue light began to flash in the ceiling. Miguel cursed, pulled the trigger, and the last enemy became a limp figure on the floor.
No time now. We need to move. We need to get people in defensible locations, get one portal open, and then get to the bridge. Move!
He barked as Perce indicated which direction they should head.
Rowers, go ahead and change into your version of the warrior form. We can use the shock and surprise at this point. Or at least, it can't hurt.
Elevator up ahead.
Perce reached the door. McKenna glanced back to see JD and the other 2 Alpha Company members watching behind them. The bodies were a trail of breadcrumbs in their wake.
Locked,
Miguel said. At this point, they weren't bothering with comms. None of them were far enough apart, and Cass and the rest of her Bravo group were being kept in the middle, protected. Though from Cass's wide eyes and rapid breathing, she looked ready to shift into something better suited to protect herself. Without being asked, Tony moved up to the door and opened it. I'll need to enter codes when we're inside. I'm having to override each time because we aren't in the system. Everything is biolocked and our life signs aren't in the database. I basically know all the process to add new crew members, but only from their bridge, I guess, or the security room. We don't have time now to do that. It takes a bit. Her voice remained low as she finished messing with the panel. The door opened in front of them, and they slipped in. McKenna didn't know if she should be surprised or weirded out that it looked like any other elevator she'd ever seen. A panel lit up showing the levels, each one highlighted in a different color, and the Elentrin script. It took a minute, but the script became understandable as they squished tight together. We want this one, Tony said, even as she hit a blue-green button near the bottom.
Can you prevent it from stopping at any other floor?
Asked Miguel. He and Perce stood near the front, while JD put his bulk between Cass and any possible attacks. Not in the time we have available. Tony's response seemed distracted, as she had her head tilted to one side with her eyes closed. McKenna wanted to ask what the plan was when they got to their right place, but a chime sounded and the lift slid to a halt. Without thinking, she lowered herself down, even as those in front raised their weapons. The lift froze. The doors slid open to the blue alarm still going off. 2 Kaylid and an Elentrin looked at them. But this time, there wasn't surprise, but anger and hate from the Elentrin. Miguel had been ready, and he pulled the trigger before McKenna had a chance to do more than interpret the expressions before they sagged to the floor.
Get this thing going,
he snapped.
We've been lucky, and yes, these damn weapons were a good idea. But now they know we're here, so we need to move before they get their shit together to deal with invaders.
He fell silent as the elevator began its descent into the depths of the ship.
Perce, does this thing have the equivalent of stairs?
Perce closed his eyes at Miguel's question. Then he slowly nodded.
Maybe not like you're thinking, but more ladders running up and down the sides of the shafts. Emergency access. But I'll tell you, if what's in my head is correct, going down will be much easier than up. And there's no margin for error.
I'll keep that in mind. We there yet?
A muffled giggle came from the back of the elevator, which set off a domino effect of smiles that remained as they reached their destination. The opening of the doors revealed no one.
Over there, to the right, is one room, and a bit farther down is the other. They both are being used, so expect people in them.
Cass warned them as they headed towards the closer room. Bravo group came out, hiding Cass in their midst with their guns up as they waited for the all clear. They headed towards the first of the rooms at almost a run, the familiar pattern of Tony slipping up to open the doors and Miguel, Perce, and 2B moving in. the guns firing their flashes of oblivion. They stepped in and looked around and blinked at the rack of people in the corner, looking like movable scaffold shelving. It had 5 wide shelves, holding 2 slack humans on each level. They were so still that only the fact that she could hear them breathing let her know they were alive. McKenna took a deep breath and pushed it to the side. These people weren't in any more danger than before, and they would get them out as soon as they could. Miguel's right. This is too easy. We're getting cocky. She kept her ears peeled for any sound, but with so many people moving around, she couldn't hear anything that might warn her.
I agree, but at the same time, I'm not looking an easy invasion in the mouth,
JD replied. They waved Bravo Group up, and the little room felt even smaller. It didn't take long before Cass started the decanting process full speed. Then she cussed.
What is it?
Miguel had spun around to look at her.
They don't have the drugs I need to make them stay asleep. Maybe the first few dozen, even the first 100, but not for thousands or tens of thousands. The system is designed to wake them and dump them out.
Fuck.
His voice low and vicious as he looked.
But you said most of them are from Earth.
Cass spent a minute banging on icons, swearing softly to the point that JD moved over to her. McKenna's skin had started to crawl. It felt like they were trapped in here, especially with so many people crowded into this room. Plus, there was the rack of humans, and knowing more would be coming both from Earth and people being brought in to be stored. I hate the fact that I can think about this as if it's normal. Unpleasant, but normal.
Got it. Yes, all of these canisters were loaded in the last week or week equivalent. When it's mostly empty, we'll start hitting ones that have been here a while.
Cass didn't look up as she talked, still tapping on the icons.
Good. Then let's get those phones in here and start getting our people home.
He nodded at Rowers.
We're ready. Get that portal open so we can get the show on the road. The plan is to have both rooms running and they'll move people here. Since they'll be mobile, we might as well use that to our advantage. Charlie team will be the chaperones to get them into that portal. Rowers, do you need to stay here to monitor it?
No, I can monitor it from anywhere within a half light year.
Everyone paused and stared at him. Then there was a collective sigh of information overload, and they went back to what they were doing.
Crank it up. Every minute counts.
Rowers created the portal, and Miguel spoke into his comm, verifying the plan with the others. A few minutes later, Charlie Group came through the portal from Earth with the cell phones.
Good. One in here and one in the other room.
Another few minutes to set up speakers and make sure the phones were connected to the portable chargers, and they were all set.
We ready?
Already the first few had been decanted, in human form. They were disoriented and wary, but Elaine Zimmer dealt with them. They needed to get them back to Earth, well before they were capable of coherent movement. The humans on the rack were sent through the portal, and Rowers did not seem to concentrate as much this time to get them sliding without any effort on their part. They pushed the rack out into the hall, needing the space as Charlie team took over getting people out of the canisters and into the portal. Per usual, one Bravo member stayed to run the process. Elaine nodded, looking around.
We're good. Next set?
They inched their way around the portal and stuck their heads out, checking that the hallway remained clear. They headed towards where the next room was, when a wave of light went through the hall, making McKenna's skin tingle.
What was that?
Miguel's voice cut through her confusion. But no one had an answer. Now, senses on even higher alert, they got to the door of the next processing room. It slid open as they approached, and a Kaylid stepped out. Purse reacted faster than Miguel, aiming and pulling the trigger. Nothing happened. Chapter 23. Step 1 of many.
With most countries focused on their own issues and defending against the invaders, all international trade has come to a screeching halt. The stock markets have been closed since the first shuttle landing. All conventions have been canceled, and most people are living on limited supplies. The toll to the economy is unprecedented. If we can't kick these invaders off our planet in the near future, we might not have a future that resembles anything except for an apocalyptic ruin. Op-ed piece. Sack Wasp.
Shit! They disabled the ray guns.
Miguel barked out the comment, even as he dropped the now useless weapon, reaching for his M16.
Don't fire! You might damage the equipment!
Cass's voice came out as a boom of command, and half the people on the floor paused. Perce and JD didn't. They dropped the weapons and launched themselves, claws out, at the Kaylid standing there. The being, male from what McKenna could see, snarled and met them halfway. It had less body weight than JD or Perce. Being one of the slighter Kaylid, it flew backwards as JD and Perce hit it. McKenna left them to it and headed for the next room, Tony and Rauers on her heels. "I'll go high, you go low. There should be another one in that room," she ordered, her claws growing. She felt Tony's presence as all of her shifted into attack mode, pushing back the worries and ethical decisions in the need to secure their target. As they came through the door, the other Kaylid spun, with a snarl wrinkling a muzzle that looked more canine than feline, and it attacked. It had yellow fur with gray spots. It moved fast, attacking without hesitation. McKenna blocked the first strike, as muscle memory for things she'd never learned took over. They were too similar in their training, each of them blocking the other's strikes. They couldn't risk firing a gun and damaging equipment they needed desperately, but she couldn't break through. And even though she knew where Tony was, she couldn't get the Kaylid to turn to expose its back to Tony.
McKenna, duck.
The mental order came through with a strange flavor and tone that told her it was Rauers. She didn't question it. She just dropped to the floor. Above her, Rauers' scaled hand slammed forward and impaled the Kaylid through the chest with wicked-looking claws. A burble of surprise escaped the dying being, and blood frothed from its mouth as it sagged down, furred hands scrabbling at the iron strength of the dragon. Crouched on the ground, McKenna looked up at the creature they had just killed, and the battle rush left her, leaving her swamped with weariness, to the point she had to fight to stand up. I want to cry, but that won't change anything. But I hate these Elentrin for what they've done, making beings into tools and letting innocents pay the price for their overinflated arrogance. The anger let her push away the grief as she stood. Looking around, Miguel had stepped inside the room and looked at the bloody corpse and Rauers standing there. He opened his mouth, then snapped it shut, shaking his head a bit. McKenna didn't ask. She didn't want to know.
Cass, Elaine, your turn. Get it up and running. What's left of Charlie and Bravo groups will escort people to the portal.
Even as Miguel talked, one of the Charlie people set up the rest of the phones, and she could hear the kids talking as some of the people being roused were asking questions. McKenna stepped out of the room, picking up her M680 from where she had dropped it. It would have been a hazard in that small area for hand-to-hand fighting. Another body lay there on the floor. Its head pointed a direction that wasn't possible with normal anatomy. She swallowed hard and looked down the corridor, trying to black out everything.
You okay?
Perce's voice whispered to her on a private channel. Though she had no faith that Rauers couldn't overhear it. Learning to lock down mental thoughts was another thing on the long list of things to remember to follow up on. Later, if there is a later. The bitter thought brought an odd feeling of amusement with it, and she shook it off. I'm fine. She left it at that, not knowing if it was a lie or not. Miguel stepped out with the rest of Alpha, Tony trailing behind. As Tony remained in warrior form, facial expressions were difficult, if not impossible, to read. But something about the way she carried herself told her Tony was freaked out. Or maybe upset? Should I say anything? She's your friend. Of course you should say something. Tony, you okay? The brilliant green eye flashed towards her, then away. No. But then, if I was, I'd be worried. Let's just survive this. McKenna understood and sent a wave of reassurance, then turned to pay attention to Miguel.
Purse, get us to the bridge by way of the engine room. I want to have the option to blow this place up, but we're doing everything on remote detonators, no timers. Besides, if nothing else, if we can disable this ship, they won't be able to leave with our people.
Miguel's smile reminded McKenna of a scene from Jaws. All teeth and hunger.
This way,
Purse said after a minute of thought. He led them back to the elevator, and Tony called it for them.
we have to go down into the engineering corridors. Engineering runs the length of the ship. Once we get access, we're basically in a long tube. Shooting things in there might be very bad. Remember, I know the schematics, not how to use any of the machines.
Miguel grunted, but gave two of his men a look, and they nodded. Knives were pulled out by all the military personnel, while their weapons were secured so they didn't rattle. McKenna and the others mimicked them. No one really wanted a stray bullet to take out something important, like life support. The doors opened, and noise washed in. Compared to the silence on the other levels, this was almost like walking into a rock concert. It took her a minute, but McKenna decided it wasn't all that loud, just omnipresent. Everywhere she turned, the whoosh, shh, chirp, and beep of machinery surrounded her.
I want to put bombs in such a way that we can take out the engines.
Miguel looked around, talking a bit louder to overcome the noise. Tony had her ears laid back. Won't that mean we'll crash?
Eventually, yes, but it's in a stationary orbit, which should decay slowly over weeks. Either way, enough time to get people off, even with a slower rate of retrieval.
He sounded distracted as he peered one way, then the other.
So, where do we go?
Purse shrugged, scratching an ear for a moment.
I'm not sure. I mean, I know that there are 5 main engine banks, and I can take you to any of them, but I'm not sure where you want.
Do you know what controls their ability to leave this solar system? I hate to say warp drive, but I'm not sure what else to call it.
Purse rocked back on his heels, eyes closed.
There are engines labeled small space engines, and 2 separate ones labeled expand contract engines.
He sighed, opening his eyes.
I can read the language. That doesn't always mean that translations make sense. The expand contract is most likely their entanglement drive, while small space should be the thrusters for maneuvering around the solar system,
Rowers said, making them look at him. He bobbed his head in a weird approximation of a nod.
We have had centuries to study them, but something else I should point out. These ships are made to land. The Elentrin do not have space stations the way your stories do.
Huh. Can we fly it? Landing it would make all of this much easier.
Miguel sounded both excited and annoyed.
How big is this ship anyway?
Purse blinked and sighed.
We 4, how long is 1242 Withers?
McKenna spoke as we 4 provided the information. Approximately 0.75 of your miles or 1320 yards. 2B whistled long and low.
Whew, that's a damn big ship. Where the hell would we land it?
Feeling like a parrot, McKenna spoke. White Sands at your Edwards Air Force Base could handle it. It's the equivalent of a VTOL ship. It doesn't need a long runway in the manner your planes do.
Can we fly it, though?
Miguel asked again, and everyone looked at each other. Tony sighed and moved forward. Maybe, but I'm not sure I'd risk well over 250,000 people on my maybe. If we can find Ash and he's really on our side, we might have a better chance. She refused to meet anyone's eyes, and McKenna noted she never stood next to Raours, but always seemed to know where he was.
Agreed. The last thing I want is an amateur flying any plane I'm in. And when the plane is bigger than the largest ship I've ever seen, that goes double. So let's save that as a last option before self-destruction, shall we?
Miguel's voice had a sardonic tone to it, and McKenna couldn't help but bark out a soft laugh. Which way to the entanglement engines, Perce?
Right. Towards the front of the ship, assuming I haven't gotten turned around.
His voice was dry as they made sure to check their guns. Firing here would be stupid, and maybe kill them all. They started at a brisk trot towards the direction Perce indicated. The noise was pervasive, not loud. It swallowed your attention as it constantly changed and morphed. And McKenna found herself fighting to not try to identify all the sounds. She was just putting one foot in front of the other, trying to be alert and not let the strange sights overwhelm her. And the sights were distraction-worthy. There were flashing machines, lights whirling, funny colored liquid bubbling through like lava lamps on steroids, and supporting it all, the knowledge they were on an alien ship. When the first flash of light impacted the man in front of her, Alpha 2B, McKenna just stared at him for 2 heartbeats, which was almost 1 heartbeat too long.
You are under attack!
Weafor's voice slammed into her, and McKenna moved, dropping to the floor as if her legs had been cut. The red light flashed above her head, splashing on a bulkhead, even as she rolled towards the light, her world narrowing to attack. Movement in the corner drew her attention, and she saw a flash of pale blue, like that of a robin's egg. They had weapons that would work. She didn't, at least, not without serious risk to the ship. While McKenna doubted a bullet would go through the hull of the ship, damaging equipment seemed very probable. Laying the gun down, she lowered herself to the floor and tried to focus on everything and nothing but the enemy at the same time. The never-ceasing clock ticked in her head. They had to succeed. Her world depended on that. The blue peeked up again, weapon training across what would have been at chest height if she'd been standing. McKenna launched herself with a strong thrust of her legs and arms at an almost horizontal angle, taking the attacker at waist height. Even with as much weight as she'd lost over the last 2 months, McKenna figured she outweighed the being she'd tackled by at least 50 pounds. Claws out, the embedded training and memory took over, and she attacked in a swirl of claws. The being snarled out words, something part of her brain translated into the equivalent of, "You animal, how dare you?" But the thin clothes and soft flesh didn't provide much protection from McKenna's claws. The being, a female with hair the blue McKenna had seen, lay in a pool of blood. She resisted the urge to lick her claws clean.
One taken care of. Anyone need help?
Her voice was calm, as this became one more thing to push back and deal with someday.
2B is dead. 3B is seriously injured. Anyone see any other attackers? Perce killed one, and Tony and I killed one,
Miguel said across the comms. Negative responses rippled through the comms, and McKenna wiped her dripping claws on a clean bit of fabric, then went to grab her gun and head towards the others. Miguel stood near the body of 2B with 3B leaning against the wall. The smell of charred skin and burned blood seared her nose.
We have to get to the engines and get them disabled. Raours, how far can the ship get away before you lose the portal? What if people are in transit?
Miguel didn't snap the question, but his jaw clenched tight as 4B and JD bandaged the wound of 3B.
I will lose it if too many planetary bodies get in the way. But distance, we would need to be outside the boundaries of your solar system. If there are people in the tunnel, it will dump them to the closest point as it collapses. Worst case might be a fall of a few feet.
Raours' voice stayed calm, but she noticed he had almost the same rigid tenseness as she did.
Well then, we better get to the getting to.
He turned and headed in the direction indicated, a ray gun in his hands and a hard look on his face. McKenna darted back to grab the one belonging to Blue Girl and followed. Human weapons were an annoyance at this point. The path to the engine room Perce said they needed to get to was tense, and they all jumped at every strange sound. Tony fired her rifle when a puff of colored air hit her in the face, and then all of them were on the floor as the bullets ricocheted off everything. "Oh, gods, I can't believe I did that," Tony moaned into the mind space, and her emotions drifted over. A strange wash of horrified embarrassment. When the bullet rattle died from her short burst, Miguel lifted his head and glanced at her.
Well, now we know most of the machinery is bulletproof, but please don't shoot it again. Save that for things that bleed.
He pushed himself to his feet, checked on 3B. JD carried 2B's body, the scent of death following them like a miasma. But they couldn't get him home yet, and they wouldn't leave him there. Glancing back, Miguel made sure they were all up and moving. Then he kept going forward. I expected him to rip me up and down, for him to tell us what a mistake this was. Her voice was quiet and almost timid as they moved forward, the jittery stress creating its own tension. No one replied, but they all stayed aware until they reached a large door.
If my specs are right, the controls in the primary part of the drive are behind here,
Perce commented as he stood next to the wall. Miguel stood back and glanced at Tony.
If you would.
His over-politeness made McKenna's hackles rise and whiskers twitch. The stress was getting to her, and having someone else call the shots, someone who didn't trust them, didn't help. Tony nodded and touched the pad. Up until now, she'd been through most of the doors in under a minute. 3 minutes later, all of them were getting very twitchy.
Is there a problem?
Yeah, they're trying to stop me. But whatever got loaded into my brain is better than what they think because I am in. She darted backwards, and Miguel, Perce, 4B, and JD all moved into the room, energy weapons and rifles up and aimed. Part of her wanted to protest. She should be rushing in too. But there was only so much space, and she had no great desire to get shot, or have any of her friends get shot. Instead, she waited back against the wall and waited. Chapter 24. Losses.
More food shipments are coming to 5 grocery stores in the Placer County area. Check our website for times, dollar amounts, and restrictions. No shifter forms and no animals will be allowed, but pet food is also coming in with these shipments. Please bring small bills only. All amounts will be whole amounts.
KWAC News. I can't take this anymore. Ray gun in her hand, she turned facing inward and paused. Between the others, she could see an Elentrin sitting in a chair at a panel, his arms raised, face composed. They all stared at each other. The man, or she assumed he was male, for all she knew they could be all hermaphrodites or something else, had dark skin that reminded her of hematite. It was paired with hair that looked like the best Florida oranges she'd ever eaten. So vibrant, it almost hurt her eyes to look at it. The silence stretched until her patience gave. Is there a reason we're having a staring contest?
I'm waiting for him to try and go for the weapon on the console next to him.
Miguel didn't move as he replied. The corner of the Elentrin's mouth tilted a bit. As I would prefer to not be injured, and you outnumber me, 5 to 1? Or even 7, as there are more people than I can see. Would it not be a bit rash of me to reach for any weapon? McKenna was rather glad her jaw didn't hang open, and she fought back a snicker at a choked back,
What the hell?
from Miguel.
You speak English?
Miguel finally managed to ask. It seemed only prudent. You never know how long it will take for language implanting to work. Plus, there was the possibility I might have needed to interact with some of your people. Another moment of silence. Then Miguel cursed softly.
Fine. Up. Go over there.
He pointed to the side of the room where there didn't seem to be any machinery. The man heaved a sigh and stood, moving slowly over to the area indicated, though he gave the weapon laying on the console a longing glance.
Tony, get in here and see if you can disable those engines. 4B, get the explosives set. I want this place to be exposed to space if we have to.
He barked out. Moving out of the way to let the others in, McKenna looked around the control room. It looked like something from a sci-fi movie set. If not for the colors being subtly off to her vision, too brown, too muddy to her eyes, a sudden hiss of horror or hate pulled her attention to the Elentrin, who stood quietly in the corner. The calm look of cooperation faded, and his lips had drawn back in a snarl as he glared at the door. McKenna tracked his stare to Raour's, who stood there looking at the Elentrin, his head bobbing up and down slightly as he took in the malice radiating from the man. How could you pair with one of those abominations? I can understand the weaker of your people being willing to serve your betters, those whose bodies are so weak as to be warped. But how could you lower yourselves to even allow one of those things to be near you? Let me at it and I'll kill it for you. Burn the corpse so it is unable to contaminate anything. Occasionally, McKenna ran into someone who had issues with someone's skin color, sexual preference, or religion, especially if the person in question had been drinking. To hear such loathing coming out of someone who seemed otherwise sane jolted her and reminded her once again these were aliens she was dealing with.
Wait, weaker of us?
Miguel asked. Everyone had been pulled away from his or her duties to stare at the all but frothing alien. Yes, only the weak ones change. Those that are strong and would never make good slaves resist our alemites. They would prove too troublesome, so we only help by removing the weak from your populations. But to mix with the abominations, to let them near your people, we do need to destroy your world. Now that you have been touched, it will be the only way to cleanse it. Raour's spoke, his voice containing something McKenna couldn't place exactly. She thought it might be amusement. You think those that change are the weak? The lesser? Even as JD and Perce glanced at each other and huffed out a laugh.
I will not talk to that which must be destroyed.
The man swore and turned around. Interesting. The entire reason your little machines work and allow others to change their forms to new patterns is that our genes, the genes of my people, are strong in them. Those with few of our traces do not change. Those with enough genes can control our tunnels, change the way your bots interact in their bodies, even take on any form they wish. The man whirled around, staring at him, emotions flickering across his face before they were all replaced with a sneer. Then your descendants serve us as slaves, the only proper place for your kind. Slaves to be killed at our whim, function only until they are broken.
Enough! Everyone back to work!
Miguel said, turning to glance at the soldiers setting the explosives. They were up under the control bank, having wrenched the thing open to get back there.
Make sure you can remote detonate and set an alarm if they're tampered with.
He turned his attention to Tony.
You in?
No, this has a different password than the other systems. It isn't anything I know. She turned to look at the man leaning against the wall, arms crossed over his chest, glaring at all of them, but ignoring Raour's. He set manual ones. I can get around them eventually, I think, but it's going to take time. More time than we have, probably. Of course. Now I know I didn't just kill him. Only the fact that McKenna had hyped her ears back up to listen to things around her let her hear that, as Miguel turned back to face the now smirking Elentrin. Some expressions seem to be universal.
We don't want to destroy this ship. We just want our people back. But we need time to do that. Provide the unlock code so we can do this. It will be easier and will result in less grief for everyone.
But I want that creature behind you to suffer, and since you all seem to be contaminated with his essence, you should suffer also.
I don't have time for this. We need this ASAP.
Miguel handed the alien weapon to the nearest soldier and drew a knife from his belt, his face a grim line. Give him the damn info. We don't want to kill all of you. We just want you to leave us alone. McKenna growled out the order, and the Elentrin ignored her. He focused on Miguel, who moved forward, though the others kept their weapons trained on the orange-haired man. Miguel's hand snaked out to grab him, but the Elentrin moved, flowing into another position faster than she'd ever seen. A knife appeared as if from magic from one of his sleeves, and she remembered Weefor's comment about knives being favored in this society. Before she could react, before any of them could react, Miguel had been disarmed, one arm twisted behind his body and held at a painful angle by the man. He held the blade pressed to Miguel's neck hard enough that blood already ran from the cut, filling the air with its sharp, coppery scent. It was an odd counterpoint to the burnt blood coming from 3B. And now I have the power. Lay down your weapons, or I'll slit his throat. Malice glittered in his eyes that she just now realized were a paler orange. His orange lashes against the dark skin made him look almost demonic as he grinned at them, exposing teeth a lot sharper than humans. That isn't happening, Perce rumbled. The human soldiers had drawn their pistols and were pointing it at the alien, but the man obviously knew this and backed into the corner, holding Miguel in such a way that even a good shot would have had a hard time hitting him and missing Miguel if they fired. You will kill your leader, and then where will you be? He had a mocking tone to his voice, and McKenna tilted her head a bit. She missed being able to frown. It felt weird in warrior form. Does he think with Miguel dead we'll fall apart? She hated to ask where the others couldn't hear, but didn't want to voice that. Wait, what? What's going on? Cass came back, almost panicked, and McKenna grimaced. The move, or flash of teeth, must have grabbed the alien's attention because he focused on her, a snarl on his face. Don't worry, animal. We'll wipe your mind and put you to use, helping to destroy all your cousins before they can rape any more of your people will help to purify your race. What? I just... What? She couldn't even come up with anything coherent to address all the insanity in that statement. They all stood there, staring at each other. When Tony said, "I'm in," her voice pulled everyone's attention away from the standoff. Her grin exposed teeth and looked more like a snarl. I got past it, and the engines are shutting down. I set them to do a systems check. The Elentrin growled. Yes. Annoying, aren't I? Tony gloated just a tiny bit. What does that mean? 3B demanded, and McKenna glanced at him, the pain and waver in his voice pulling at her attention. She realized fresh blood that wasn't Miguel's had entered the room. He's bleeding again. think I catch a whiff of something stinky. That means bowel. That isn't good. He needs to get out of here. It means that the system is checking itself and will take about 40 hours. Normally, that's something you do when the ship is being refurbished. Think of it as cycling through everything. Tony smirked. There isn't any way to stop it without risking their system. I swear, some of their stuff could be mirrors of windows. So, fine. You've ensured we can't leave, but that doesn't mean we can't keep harvesting from your planet and destroy it. We have time, and others are coming. This world is ripe with Kaylid, and we've found 2 more planets infested by the abominations. We will need them to cleanse those worlds. He pressed the blade deeper into Miguel's throat. So nothing has changed. Drop your weapons and step back.
McKenna,
Miguel said, and she jerked her attention back to him.
listen to me.
What? Confusion colored her voice, but she didn't take her attention from him.
I was wrong. You and your people are damn impressive. You've carried yourselves like professionals, and I have absolutely no doubt that you can run this mission. Your people are good, and mine will listen to you. I have faith in you.
What in the... She couldn't even finish the thought before he moved. Sagging hard, she heard his arm snap as he brought the other back in a violent jab. His elbow impacted deep into the Elentrin's stomach, even as the man jerked, and the knife slit his throat open.
No!
She didn't consciously choose to yell, but the roar that rushed from her throat matched JD's action as he launched himself at the 2 of them. McKenna followed, her mind back in that super-focused attack mode she'd noticed. But JD's long, wicked claws had been accurate, and as she reached the pair of them, he was pulling them out of the skull of the Elentrin. Strands of orange hair stuck to the purple blood. She didn't spare another glance at the dead alien, but instead grabbed for Miguel. The floor was already red with his blood. Covering his neck with her hands didn't slow the blood flow at all, just coated her fur with his life. Miguel smiled, then closed his eyes and struggled to breathe as the blood slowed its rapid flow. McKenna could never say how, but she felt the instant he died. She looked up and saw the dead body of the soldier she'd never learned the name of, and the other one hurt and dying. Wide eyes from the other stared at her, and she gave in. It was time to be the commander.
Fuck this shit.